Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Riyadh. Welcome to World Blitz Championship Day 1.
Hello.
So today we'll have 11 rounds of Blitz, and with 10 rounds more to be played tomorrow. So the time control is 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. Increment the usual feeder time control. For the Blitz. I guess each round will take us roughly, 15 minutes to be played. Then, the pairing has to be made and so on. So
later breaks too. So I think it's going to be, as usual, very long day.
Yeah, it will be a very long day for us. We will be concentrating mostly, once again, on the very top boards. As per usual, we have Magnus Carlsen on board 1. We will always have Magnus Carlsen on board 1, no matter how he plays. Well, yesterday he did manage to have all the rights for board 1. He was leading the tournament, but he has lost the last game. Right, today, Magnus Carlsen in the first game, he will have the white pieces again, as in Rapid. This time he faces not Buksanji, but Ernestin Arkiv. Very strong player as well, very strong player from Russia. Let's see how the Blitz is going to go for Magnus. He'd been the world champion in Blitz as well 2 years ago in Dubai. He managed to win both Rapid and Blitz.
Here we can see that players started the clock and made the first moves. On the first board we have e4, c5 and a3.
a3, right. That's a change of attitude for the Blitz. Magnus has played well. It's a peculiar line, I have to say. So sacrificing a pawn that early in the game. Arkiv seems to be ready for this scenario. He plays pretty fast. So what do we have here? It's like Knight a3, playing very fast. That's not the most usual line, I have to say. But
yes.
I think if Black does that, and actually after second move a3, the move which was played in our game, I think g6 is a recommended move for Black, because if Black does all that, I think White is kind of happy. He gets what he wants. He sacrifices the pawn.
He gets these two files, AB files, and also very stable center.
And the lead in development is also one very important thing, because at the moment it looks like Black is even better developed, but White will win some tempi for sure.
Yeah, because of this queen on d5 is never good in the center.
Some knight b5 moves are possible, threatening knight c7. Bishop f5 played by Inarkiev. Knight d5 is a possibility to threaten the fork on c7. He can also start developing, just like knight f3, and he will win those tempi
bishop
later
c4.
on. Yeah, knight f3
Castle.
to start with, then bishop c4 with a knight b5.
Knight b5. He simply wants to fork on c7.
Yeah, that's
and
an
Black
attempt
is forced to play rook c8.
Yeah, but this is an attempt to kind of win immediately by Magnus Carlsen, right? Knight b5, but he needs a real follow-up to this one, which I'm not sure he has.
Now this a-pawn on a7 is poison, probably, because rook can come back on e8.
You mean if the knight takes on a7, rook a8, knight can come back to b5 as well. But it's a tricky situation. I don't think his plan is to take the pawn, honestly.
Yes.
I don't think his plan is to take the pawn. Some bishop e3 maybe. Or
maybe
knight
some
f3.
check first from e4 and then the same scenario.
You mean for Black? For Black, yeah. Magnus has started to think that early in the game. Once again, I have to say this. It's really, really tough for the players. It will be tough for the players, especially in the first rounds, to readjust from playing the Rapid from yesterday, and especially when they get to play on increment, because the increment is no longer 10 seconds but only 2. And
this time control is really tricky. 2 seconds, you have increment, but still it's really not big time.
On one hand, you cannot really lose on time if you have simple winning positions. You should be able to mate with an extra rook, So that's he actually takes. Now we'll see. Rook a8. At least White had. Knight b5. I guess that's the whole point. Rook a8,
knight
knight
b5.
comes back to b5. If
Queen
queen
e4.
e4 check, bishop e3, and the rook is protected. I think
All
that's
right.
the point Magnus Carlsen tries to make. Well, what I'm worried about a bit more, if black simply takes on a7, rook a7 and then starts to develop, because in this case, black actually will be better developed. It's like knight takes a7, he'll take with the rook, and then some knight f6, or e6 to start with. And
I'm really surprised to take on e7, even if it was the first what came to my mind.
Yeah, look, he's also down to 1 minute 14, which is, well, you expect players to have a little bit more time if we are talking about the Blitz and only 10th move for white. So it's move number 10, knight a7. He has used 2/3 of his time for this game. But now it's in Arkiev's turn to think. So maybe that will be...
They were about to equal the time now.
Yeah, that's equal. That will be, I guess, Magnus's policy for this tournament. So play unbalanced position, try to put some pressure right from the start. Some unusual openings. I think we will see some unusual openings from the world champion. Well, as to... If you want to speak about the favorites, it's really tough to mention. I mean, who is the favorite in this tournament? The obvious reply is the top seed Magnus Carlsen, but you have the current world Blitz champion Karyakin in the field. You have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who is known to be terribly strong in Blitz. The shorter the time control is, the better Maxime Vachier-Lagrave chances look. Well, on board 2 we have Levon Aronian, who won a very strong event in St. Louis, I think, in Blitz with all those guys playing.
Yeah. Karyakin is number 3 by rating.
Yeah, so
by rating, and
3,
Vachier follows.
Vachier
Dingley
4,
ran,
Dingley
Ivanchuk.
ran, and Ivanchuk is very high.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I've announced that Artemiev is very high on the list. Well, not number 2, but number 8.
Number
Artemiev
8.
is on number 8.
In top 10.
Okay, we've missed a few moves, and look, in Arkiv is down to 18 seconds only. So an exchange on e7 happened, then Arkiv has played e5,
yes.
opening the center. Magnus went with knight f3, exchange on d4, and now bishop d7, prophylactical move against bishop b5 check. So white's problem is...
It's very hard to develop this bishop from f1 and castle,
exactly.
because
The bishop from
g2
f1
pawn is hanging.
It's not that easy to develop. I mean, he might even want bishop e2 still. Bishop e2 with the point that if queen takes on g2, it's bishop f3. Knight b5.
Knight goes on b5.
So
now another knight goes.
It's a second knight on b5 in this game.
Queen exchange.
Queen exchanged, and we get some endgame.
Now this bishop press on g2, but
bishop d3 is the good move, I guess.
Bishop c5 very
c5
quickly.
attacking the rook on a7. Now it's the moment you want to give a check, right, and see where the king is going. After knight e7...
Now rook is hanging.
Rook is still here. No, bishop a3, brilliant move.
Wow.
Bishop a3, rook d8, brilliant move, but white is still not very...
Knight on d4 is a very nice square for knight.
He's comfortable now, yeah. King c2, but so is in Arkiev's position, I would say. So is in Arkiev's position, I would say. Well, rook a7. So now if the pawn on g2 is hanging, if the pawn on g2 is taken...
f3 probably.
Probably f3, right. Rook e8,
also
very
rook g1
decision.
was a possible.
Rook e8, practical decision. The
Black is already down to 6 seconds. It's a very short time.
The position is roughly equal, but now, yeah, the time is the major factor. Rook to b8. Yeah, and in Blitz, you know, you don't want to take on c6. You prefer knights over bishops, that's I'm sure. Now, he takes, because it was a blunder. Now on king c6, there is bishop b5 check.
b5.
King b6. It's not that... Rook takes b7 is a possibility. Well, white wins the... Yeah, rook takes b7. White wins a pawn like this. It's an illegal move, knight e3. It's an illegal move. That's incredible.
God.
I mean, what has happened? What has happened?
Carlsen lost in this case.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
It's
really,
double
I mean,
illegal move.
Arkiv played an illegal move.
Carlsen should stop the clock. If he plays another move, that means it's illegal.
Really?
Yeah, he lost.
Really?
Yes.
So Arkiv won the game like this, you mean?
Yes, I think.
That's incredible.
Oh my God.
That's really incredible.
Yes.
I mean, this is. But how is it possible? I mean, you make an illegal move and you win. You make an
illegal move. As I know, I'm not sure in this case.
You know, something with rules of chess. I'm sorry for that, but really this the commission who makes those rules, I mean, they have to work out on this one, because you are not supposed to win a game by making illegal moves.
Yeah, it's
That's
0-1.
really, I mean,
0-1.
it's got to be, in the worst case, it's got to be 0-0. But I mean,
look at his face.
Yeah, no, obviously he has all the reasons to
but
be
it's
disappointed.
nobody's fault but his. He knows, of course, this rule.
So we have switched to board 2, where we have it's Levon Aronian playing with the black pieces against Fressinet.
Queens and...
One more time. The position where I don't think it's possible to win with normal means.
But we can see the seconds on the board.
4 against 5. I mean, it was, Queen e4. Now it's got to be a draw, I believe. Yeah, because he'll simply protect the c4 pawn and then play bishop a6, bishop a6, bishop b7, bishop a6, bishop b5.
And this time is totally enough.
And then Lev will come with his king to e2. And king white is faster to come to e2.
No, possible to play f3.
Now it's just a draw. Bishop here. He comes with the king. I mean, I'm not sure what... Will this finish with the result? I'd say it will be too much if here something happens. Just shuffling randomly.
Also time is enough.
Shuffling randomly and white actually has more time. Yeah, f3. That's right. And it's a draw.
Hand check. It's
finally a draw.
Oh, we have draws of board 4 and 5.
Draws on board 4 and 5. Let's see if we have anything else.
Also 3.
Let's see if we have anything going on stage. So boards 1 and 2 in the ladies section. Are they still in progress? Yeah, Katerina Lagno.
No,
she just finished. Katerina Lagno has. It's a draw for Lagno and Padmini.
So many draws.
Yeah, it's a draw for Lagno and Padmini. So, the game finished with the perpetual check, apparently, even though I would think white is much better in the final position. So I'm still not sure. Maybe Ruth Padmini was really low on time and she decided to just go for a draw. On the second board, we have current rapid world champion Ju Wenjun.
Padmini is going to set up the clock by herself.
She just finished the game as well. Ju Wenjun has finished the game. It's a draw for her against Anna Zozula.
Many draws on the top boards.
Many draws. Well, board 4 is still playing. That's
this is Tan Zhongyi.
That Tan Zhongyi against
Order Valdez.
Ordes Valdez Lisandra. Tan Zhongyi is the pawn up in the queen's endgame. Once again, while it's apparently a draw, objectively, it will be a long game. That's one of the games which will, which will delay the round, I believe. So far, checks all the time. King goes to e7, still checks. Yeah, might as well be just a perpetual, Then you have a check from d5. Yeah, you have to be careful to give the right checks. Queen to c5. b5, no way this king can hide. There's absolutely no way this king can hide. Once again, check from d5. Check from d5, exactly. King e7 from e6. Why from there? I mean, it's check from e6, check from b5. Giving opponent a chance to go king f5, after which queen e6 would have been mate. Yeah, it's like 5th time maybe this position is on the board. Queen e6. Why not to e6? I don't really understand.
I can see that.
I guess it's I mean, that's a bit weird because this one might not be finished. I think we've got a possibility to show an interview with Ernesto in Kiev. Maybe he will explain what has happened in his game against Magnus Carlsen.
We have Ernesto Narkiev here with us. He just won a game against the world champion Magnus Carlsen. Okay, I don't know what happened. Now please tell us what happened here.
Well, okay, we played on the seconds already and we didn't control the situation and we both made illegal moves. After he took on b7, I forgot that this is a check and I thought that knight e3 is very clever intermediate move. But after he answered king d3, I realized that my king is under attack, so I just fixed it illegal move. Yeah,
there was no any objections from Magnus' side or from the arbiter's side?
No, he asked what is going on, I mean what should be the result, but that he didn't fix his moment, he cannot already make a move back, so this was the case.
What about the position at the moment all this happened? How did you estimate it?
Yeah, white is clearly have a very big advantage, probably just winning position already, because after rook b7 it's just killing move, I guess.
So what about the tournament so far? What about the rapid chess? Tell us.
Well, okay, in rapid and in blitz you need some luck. Yes, in rapid I was absolutely out of this important thing, so today I hope it started.
Okay, thank you, Ernesto, and wish you all the best in the next rounds.
Thank you.
So, as you could see,
I think it's about time.
We are back to this game, and yeah, white is winning, and as well
On time.
black. No, but the position is winning as well, right? Because
It's
it's
white
white to
move,
move. It's
yeah.
white to move. It's king f5. White is winning, but once again, it's really. But it's blitz. It's what we will have a lot of.
A lot, yes.
A lot of this stuff will happen. Yeah, I'm still disappointed with the result on board one. Not the. I mean, it could gone either way, but yeah, to win a game like this.
Are all the games over already?
Yeah, looks like the round is finished. So Kiev said he had some luck in this game, but
he got
really
a
curious.
lot of luck.
Yeah, I'm really curious if he played this 93 on purpose or he did not realize. I mean, rook b7 check, and then you dare to touch the knight. I mean, the moment you touch the knight,
Yeah, of course it's a check on.
No, I mean, actually, the moment you touch the knight on d5, when your king is under a check, I believe that's the moment you lose the game, because you are about to make an illegal move. You have to move with the knight, and okay, whatever. Right, round one has finished. Magnus Carlsen starts with the loss. The same
scenario as in the Rapids.
Yeah, the same that happened to him in Rapid. Well, in Rapid he managed to come back, and it was the loss in the last round which deprived him from the victory in the tournament. I think a quick break before round two, and we are ready with the review of yesterday, of the last day of Rapid World Championship. Last day of World Rapid Chess Championship had everything you could expect and more. There were missed opportunities, there were great comebacks, and there were high quality chess games and nerves of steel shown by the winners. Last 5 rounds had shown less drama in the women's section, where the current leader after 2 days, Ju Wen-jun, managed to keep her pace, and seemingly without much of an issues, she has won the title. So new chess queen in Rapid is Ju Wen-jun from China. In the men's section, however, it was all unclear till the very last move. The day started with 2 victories of Magnus Carlsen, and at some point it looked like the highest rated player in the tournament will take his second title of a Rapid World Champion, but there were other players who had something to say about this. Vishy Anand and Magnus Carlsen were leading going into the last round. Vishy made a quick draw with black, and Magnus has lost to Alexander Grishuk, making it a tie for the first place between Vishy Anand, Vladimir Fedoseev, and all of a sudden Jan Nepomniachtchi, who managed to win a few games in last few rounds. According to regulations, the tiebreak match with 3 minutes to 2 seconds between Fedoseev and Anand, Vishy proved to be absolutely superior over Fedoseev, winning 2-0, and he claimed the title of the World Rapid Champion.
No. Then you go bishop to 7 double check. It's very important. Because I was check twice. Check twice.
That would be fair, no? Yeah. But okay, like. Yeah, but now it's cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's a legal move.
Correct. And now it's history. If he corrects the legal move, if he will not correct, the game is drawn. Because it's in a legal position. He did correct the legal position. Then it's a big throne, because the legal position remains on the board.
started 10 minutes ago.
We start in 10 minutes as we expect the new pairings for the open section. I apologize for this delay. In 10 minutes we'll start the round. The pairings for women's section are correct. It's okay, no problem, but we'll start together both sections. The pairings for the open section are outside. Please be informed about your pairings and be back in the playing hall to start the second round.
Well, it looks like we are finally back. I have to apologize for a very, very long break, but it wasn't our fault, right? Yeah, an update on the result of game on the first table, that Magnus Carlsen versus Evgeny Kiev. It's been a lot. I mean, that's why the delay, right? Because the initial arbiter's decision proved to be incorrect. Mm-hmm. Then, yeah, they wanted to make it a draw since both players made a, incorrect move, illegal move. Then finally the decision was that they have to continue from the position where the game was stopped, and Evgeny Kiev refused to do so. So Magnus wins his game in round one, and he has all the right to be on table one. So now he plays with the black pieces against Salman Sugiro. Now, well, I hope lesson learned, so he will mind checks. I mean, not only to his king, but also to the king of his opponent, because yes, that's a really, I mean, it's still an embarrassing accident. And, hopefully from now on, each round will take us less than 50 minutes, because that was just a bit too much. Mm-hmm. Right, so Magnus wins. On the second board, we had Aronian, who did not win. I'm not sure what the result was, but we've lost quite a lot of players on top board.
Yeah, let me tell you, it was draws from second board to 8. Lots of draws. Yeah,
a lot of draws, surprisingly, because usually in Blitz you do not expect, I mean, you expect a lot of maybe sensational results, wins of underdogs, but you do not expect such a quantity of draws. Yeah. So on the second board we have Peter Swidler against Anton Demchenko.
He is the one who managed to win to Sergei Zhigalkov, who, by the way, won the European Rapid Championship just like a week ago in Katowice.
Right, so that's Peter Swidler against Anton Demchenko on board 2. On board 3 we have a former Blitz world champion from Vietnam, Le Quang Nguyen, playing with the black pieces against Alexei Dreyev. Right, and I'm not sure what has happened in the ladies section, because here also, I mean, a lot of favorites did not manage to win, so now it's Gunina on table
first
1.
First 2 boards they made draw, and Gunina board 3 she managed to win with black pieces with Kramling PM.
Right, well, we start as per usual with the game of Magnus Carlsen, where a Reti opening was played by Salman Sugirov, starting with one knight f3, And this way, Magnus manages to play e5 and grab the center as early as on move 3. d3, d5. Well, and I think I know this system. So the knight will be developed on e7, right? After castle short, it's knight to e7. Yeah, then short castle. Yeah, knight to e7, then short castle for black. He's ready to support his center in case of c4. Black just plays c6 usually. I mean, maybe after immediate c4 he can also take.
Compared to the rapids, I can see that Carlsen choose more active openings.
Yeah, well, definitely more aggressive, more tricky ones. And this way, well, I'm not sure about knight c3, because I thought White's idea was to take on d5 immediately and then to enter a Pirc line with g3, once again with colors reversed. So it would be like White played the Pirc defense and has a tempo up. Maybe knight c3 is still fine. So he's trying to, Sugirov, he's trying to get some sort of, King's Indian setups. So now d4, for instance, knight goes to e2. Magnus still can try to keep the tension in the center by moves like c6. Yeah.
He's taken time and he takes on e4.
He takes on e4, and this
which is really strange.
This is somewhat strange because after pawn takes, look at this knight on e7. It's not really moving. It's not really moving. It will take him an awful lot of time to put this knight into place somewhere. It's like bishop e3, a decent move.
And also this pawn structure, it's not really promising for the results.
You mean in terms of complications?
Yes.
f6, yeah, f6 is fine. So restricting the f3 knight, but I still don't like the knight on e7 at all. It's like either he wants to go g5 on the next move and put the knight on g6. Maybe that's the way. Queen e2, bishop to e6. That's fine. And then White's supposed to play some a4, I guess. Knight from f3 goes to d4 and to d2 and c4. Rook a d1 attacking the queen. Well, that's a bit surprising because I actually thought that White's main prospects are on the queen side. So I would probably play the other rook to d1. Would probably play the other rook to d1 and keep the rook on a1 just in case White will start moving the queenside pawns. a4. Yeah.
And the next move he goes for e4. This is
wouldn't
really
it more logical to have the other rook on d1? That's what I'm asking. a4, Magnus decided to ignore the a5 threat. Well, positional threat of a5 played. And now you can feel the knight on e7 is not that great. Well, and the move Magnus ended up playing, I also don't like. What's knight c8? Queen e7.
Queen 7 wants to go knight d6.
Yeah, tries to put it on d6 and finally f7. Actually, the knight on f7 in this setup makes a lot of sense. But White can try to play queen d2 now. Queen d2 trying to, to stop knight d6 at least. Knight to a4. So he allows knight d6, but he'll play knight c5 in this case. Knight a4. Well, White is better. What can I say? b5, a takes. Okay, but now b6 pawn is kind of hanging. c4, which is a good move.
The pawns
yeah,
on the
b5
queen side.
is no longer well. b5 is possible actually because if White takes on b5, Black will take on b3. I mean, it's very once again very sharp. It's not like a straightforward.
Maybe he will go for that.
Maybe he will end up going for this because
needs some.
Well, I mean, he can play
position.
Yeah, he can play some, some move like rook b8, simply protecting the b6 pawn. Black is still solid, but I'm afraid he might end up being, worse. And what is worrisome? I mean, you don't mind worse positions in Blitz. I mean, as long as you have some plan, some active counterplay, which he doesn't seemingly. So now b5
seems more comfortable in this position.
b5 is definitely an option, but White has
bishop d2 move.
Bishop d2 is there, but also some knight b2, just not to react at all.
Then rook comes on a2.
Rook a2, yes, but hard to say once again. Because now since the queen left, since the queen left. The knight was not protected on d7 as well. Queen to e7.
I don't really understand of the rook f7 move.
To free the square on f8 for the bishop.
For the bishop,
That's what he does.
right.
Yeah, bishop f8, and now once again, I mean, maybe queen e8 and bishop to. Well, it's still very passive position. What can I say? Very, very passive position.
Carlsen is down to 40 seconds.
Queen e8, rook fd1. Sanan is playing very logical moves without, you know, much of a hesitation. Both down to less than 1 minute. h4, yeah, with potential idea to go king h2 and bishop h3 to swap the light square bishop, which makes black's life even harder.
h5 was stopped.
Yeah, h4, h5. But, well, it's like the first reaction, right? Your opponent plays h4, you go h5. Knight back to c3.
Magnus wants to play with the knight, but no, he goes for king h7.
King h7, queen d2. Now the knight on d7 is hanging. Knight c5. Well, it's not that comfortable because there is rook d8. Rook
no,
d7.
he goes for rook b7.
I know the knight was not hanging, but it's still, yeah, it's still not comfortable. Yeah, I don't really like Magnus's position now. King h2, bishop h3 is always an idea. Knight
91.
to e1 to bring it all the way to c2 and. Let's see what happens. Bishop e7. But once again, the feeling is like the game will be decided when they will both have like 5 seconds, and all the blunders will follow. Now, for instance, yeah, bishop. Yeah, that's a very important. That's a huge improvement of Magnus's position.
Yeah, but he was white was to force this knight.
White was forced. Yes,
B3
apparently he kind of missed this bishop e7's idea to go to c5, because now all of a sudden black's position improved great deal.
He has his dear peer bishops,
yeah,
which he loves to have.
Loves to have, exactly.
And also white played f4, h4.
f5 though is tricky. Well,
now h5.
what happens now? I don't quite understand, because yeah, the bishop on e6 is hanging. You cannot take on f5. You cannot take on f5. I think Magnus just blundered this one altogether. He takes on f5, and what gives the piece away? Now he's kind of completely lost. He's kind of completely lost. A piece down, and Sugirov has the time. Sugirov has the time, and he's winning. He's winning more material. He's winning more material. He can take on d7. He can take on d7. It's a terrible play by Magnus Carlsen. A rook down, and well, white decides to take on d4.
What is this?
Which is a little bit strange decision, but still, I mean, he's the whole piece up. King is safe. It's completely winning for Sanan Sugirov. Completely winning for Sanan Sugirov. Just he has to calm down a bit. They try to swap the queens. Tries to swap the queens. Queen g6. Now, but knight b5 wins more material. There is queen f2. He wants to be safe. Knight e4, knight takes. Rook d1. Well, some material won back, and Sanan is also very short on time. Now rook c2 is a threat. Knight d4. Well, I mean, now it's nothing is clear. Nothing is clear. I mean, white is of course, objectively, white is completely winning, but
yes.
you still have to win.
And white is short on time.
White is short on time, but yeah, let's see how it works now, because Magnus only has the rook, but he managed to paralyze those knights.
But pawns are going to the both sides.
Now the pawn is going all the way to c6, right? c5 takes. In case of rook a5, there is knight b3. Well, knight e6 was a serious option, but knight b3 is good as well. That, and then attack the pawn. Well, white doesn't want to play c6. Yeah, c6. Rook to a4. And then the king is coming. There is still a defensive idea for Magnus, like to eliminate all the pawns at the cost of a rook, right? So two knights are not winning.
Yeah, cannot
That's
win.
being the point. But there are too many.
Oh, we have
the pawns are too many.
Mm-hmm.
So smooth victory, it seems, for Sanan Sugirov. Let's see if we have something else in play. Could you check the results on the top boards? I think Swidler has finished. Swidler made a draw against Anton Demchenko.
Also, we have a Drevly draw. And board 4, we have result Korobov won the game.
Korobov won against?
Norwegian Christiansen.
Christiansen.
Yeah.
Ah, well, Not quite sure. I think an international master, even not a grandmaster.
He's international master. He's 2640.
2640 in Blitz.
Yes.
Yeah. So Blitz rating is as per usual is different from the
Classical game.
classical rating. And what about the ladies? Board 1, it was Gunina against Sochko.
The game, as I can see, is still in progress.
So Gunina Sochko is still
no, just finished. Gunina managed to win.
So
with
Gunina was two out of
pieces.
2 in the ladies sector. Well, I have to say Gunina should be very, very dangerous in Blitz. I've seen her playing Blitz. It's quite impressive. I mean, a lot of tactics you see very quickly, very fast.
Even though in the
calculating
rapids
lines.
she did not impress us very much.
Yeah, but again, it's Blitz we are talking about, so that's a little bit different still. Right, so the round is still not over, but I don't know if we can follow any of those games. Let's see if we will manage to get the camera on one of the remaining
Seems like
games.
Open section is still in progress.
Yeah, there might be some games on the very low boards.
Female section arbiters are getting ready for the next round.
So you see, the round itself takes
Not
a little bit more than 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Right? A little bit more than 10 minutes. But this whole thing with the scandal, I would put it this way, on board 1, I think it affected Magnus in a way because, well, now what he was doing, I mean, it was really, really strange. So Magnus loses his first game in this tournament, loses to Sanan Subgirov. He is no longer on 100%, Magnus Carlsen, but he will remain on board 1 and he will be our main target. We will focus on his game as long as, I mean, he has the reasonable result.
We have lots of games
Yep.
ahead, so this is not the over.
Yeah, so stay tuned.
Anybody.
We are off for a short break and round 3 will start quite quickly. So, we continue with World Blitz Chess Championship. The round 3 will start in a couple of minutes. We agreed, well, it's a bit too early to talk about the standings because obviously a lot of players on 100%, right? But yeah, checking the pairing for round 3 in the men's section, I can see a lot of new faces, so that means the yellow favorites are not doing that great. On table 2, which is the current board of the leaders, we have Anton Korobov playing Vladimir Malakhov, and for instance on board 5 there are two players which might be little known to to general public. Alexander Bortnik from Ukraine facing Farukh Amanatov from Turkmenistan. But both of them are very, very good blitz players. So it's a somewhat special skill, I have to say. And I'm wondering, on board 9 we have Karyakin. So does it mean he doesn't have? Yeah.
That means he might draw in the first round.
Yeah, 1.5 for Karyakin. So everyone who is above Karyakin, that means board 8. Well,
I can
15.
see all the top guys are after board 9.
Yeah, so it's like 1.5 for most of the yellow favorites. It's only 1 point for Magnus Carlsen. We've seen his defeat in round 2. We will follow his game nevertheless. In round 3, he's facing a Ukrainian, Yuri Krivoruchko. Well, not sure about Krivoruchko's blitz skills. I mean, he's a very, very solid player in classical chess, rated somewhere around 2700 mark. I mean, I believe there have been few rating lists when he was rated above 2700. I'm not sure how good he is in blitz.
His blitz rating is 2596.
2596. So that probably means he just did not play enough blitz tournaments, because he must be higher rated than this. I mean, I don't believe he's rated below 2600.
Arbiter started the clocks, and
Yeah, the game has started.
we have first moves. So
D4, knight f6, bishop f4. The London system is back. That's the system Magnus was playing in the previous edition of World Rapid and Blitz Championship. He was very, very successful with this one. And what I can say, if Black starts to think on move 3, that usually means something went wrong. Not sure of knight f3, however. Well, interestingly enough, I mean, it's somewhat mysterious because I actually thought you start with knight d2. Now it's everything is fine. Now it's everything's fine. So, but the point is, like, if Black plays, Black decided to go bishop b7. There is a subtle
about bishop d6.
Yeah, subtle detail here. Yeah, it's like bishop. If you go bishop d6 and bishop g3, you should be controlling e4 square so that Black doesn't have knight e4. Now we have another version of this line where Black went knight h5 early, trying to exchange the bishop. Magnus provoked f7, f6, then went with this bishop to g3. Queen e2, keeping it flexible. Maybe we will see a castle long from the world champion. Maybe we'll see long castle. Not very, very usual move. And Black also wants to keep it flexible. You see, I mean, bishop d7.
Maybe then take on g.
Semi-developing move.
Take
I mean,
c5.
it's not. I would not really say that bishop d7 is a real development, right? But he wants to keep an option of castling long. c5, bishop c5, and e4. Break in the center, after which long castle will make much more sense. After all the center gets open. So Black might be advised to go. I don't know, he cannot play d4.
And also clarifies the weaknesses, not yet weaknesses, but it's going to be on e6, f6.
Yeah.
I mean, in the future.
I'm not sure what Black has to do, because I thought d4, but in this case knight b3 seems to win a pawn. Okay, first he decides to take g3, take on e4, but this
knight
might
jumps
be,
probably on e4.
You know, might be tactically faulty, because yeah, knight e4 is one thing. Well, Magnus takes with the bishop because he's threatening bishop g6. He's threatening bishop g6. It's quite awkward for Black, because he probably has to play a move like king f7, after which long castle is very, very tempting.
And also the king here is...
Yeah, the king is of course not safe.
Far,
king f7,
but he has
you
to
know,
play.
yeah. Long castle, and knight from d2 will go not to e4 but to b3. So the bishop is on e4, while if the bishop is queen c7, and then knight b3, knight d4 are two moves with the tempo. Well, there is also an idea to simply play g4, well, you know, opting for g5. Knight c4.
Knight
well,
c4.
that's another possibility. Knight to c4, opening the rook on d file, rook d8. So what's now? I mean, Magnus has to find an access to opponent's king, because it all looks good. He has, well, better coordinated pieces and everything. But if Black manages to, you know, to stabilize, he still has this pair of bishops. The fact that they think that Magnus loves himself. So Black's potential next moves are king to g7, just to protect the h7
Rook
pawn.
c8 maybe?
Maybe bishop to c8.
Bishop to c8.
Yeah, bishop to c8. But
trade
first,
some pieces on.
yeah, exactly. But first you probably want to play king g7 so that h7 is not hanging. And then bishop to c8 to trade as many rooks as possible.
But there's some possibilities to play queen d2, queen h6 checks.
Yeah. Queen
he's
d2,
going.
that's what
He's
he
going.
does. So it is a prophylactics. It is a prophylactics against...
Maybe he also wants to play knight d6 with a check.
Yeah, but the question is what happens now? Well, so he simply puts the queen on h6, which is quite annoying, I have to say, which is quite annoying for Black. Rook d1, now rook d1 and bishop g6 is a threat? Is that right?
Yeah,
rook
with
d1,
a check.
yeah, because I'm a bit worried about White's pawn on f2.
And rook cannot leave this h8 because h7 is hanging too.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this last exchange. I mean, it looks like it was really, well, and that's an awkward move. It doesn't have to work. I don't really believe this can work.
There should be something very fast.
Even
win for White.
though he's prepared to play bishop f8 and, you know, just to chase this queen away from h6. So despite ugly looking, it might be the best move in the position.
The only move, let's say.
G4. Will he have the courage to take the pawn on f2? I mean, it's of course a risky business, but there is not a straightforward refutation that I can see.
I still like bishop f.
Bishop f2.
Bishop f2.
Yeah, you've got to be, you've got to be brave. Got to be brave. So bishop takes c6. The trick is you can't take with the queen.
Yeah, only b takes c.
B takes and g5 now, fighting for dark squares. If black plays f5, knight will be landed on e5. There is no check on e3, the move which
he wanted to play. Yes.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I'm still trying to understand what happens after queen f4, because the first reaction is king b1, but in this case, black might actually be able to take on c4. I'm not sure.
Then rook d8?
Check. King to b1. Right. If queen c4, rook d8, I'm fine with king f7. But gf6 wins. Gf6 wins because it's a threat. It's a threat of a threat on g7. The threat black has no way to parry. I mean, it's simply
so
too
only
much.
one check on e4, then king a1. And
exactly, you have one check on e4 and then you resign. So that was impressive from Magnus Carlsen.
Very nice
I think
game.
the game is well, not finished already, but will be finished as soon as
10 seconds on the board, and we have
will realize there
very
is
nice
no
game.
defense.
We want more of the Magnus play.
I wish we could have more of this. Yeah, that was really impressive.
You know, I had a little chat with many players outside, and they have these difficulties to come up with this time control.
Yeah, exactly what
they
we
cannot,
were talking about.
They cannot adjust
it seems
the
to be
time
too
control.
fast after playing 3 days, 15 games of Rapid. We are switching to board 2, where the actual leaders are playing, Anton Korobov and Vladimir Malakhov, both on +2, on 2 out of 2, I mean on 100%. Well, a tricky position here, where Malakhov is an exchange up, for which Korobov has a decent compensation, I would say. The knight on c4, well, he has one pawn for an exchange, right? So it's 4 versus 3 on the...
And this one rook should be always stuck on e5 pawn.
Rook c3, well, they're repeating moves. And they're repeating moves, and it's a draw for Korobov and Malakhov. Let's see if we have something in the ladies section on the top boards, if it's still in progress. Tsatsalashvili, Gunina on board 1 are still playing. Yeah, Tsatsalashvili, Gunina on board 1 are still playing. Let me bring the position on the
I can see extra
board.
piece for white. Very nice e3.
The knight on e3 is an extra knight. Yeah, so it's a knight and a pawn up. Yeah, of course it's completely winning. Even Gunina is all her tactical inventiveness.
Has not enough pieces to make any tactic.
Yeah, you cannot really create any threats here. King f3. Yeah, that's. But yeah, a little bit worrisome fact is that Lela Tsatsalashvili down to 20 seconds, and we've seen what, for example, what was happening in Rapid sometimes on very. Yeah, she struggles. I mean, look, she struggles to. That's really strange, and a move king e2 is also strange. What can I say? So she's trying to trade those rooks no matter what. That's really amazing. I mean, in this position, you just you coordinate your pieces, and you probably just well, a3 is nice. A3 is nice. The rook on a4 is locked simply.
Can now king goes to d2, c1. B2
to B3, yeah, well, but it's a long way, right? So king
At
here.
least it's a plan.
F4, okay.
Okay, this pawn goes
That's
now
good.
to the...
That's good.
Far.
Rook h5, and then the checks from the other side will follow. Here. Yeah, then I think in some position you just give rook e2 check, put the rook on e4, right? So this f pawn makes sure that even if white loses the knight on c4, he is winning. Now it's important not to play knight e5, because then black would have taken it. Knight d6 is fine. Knight d6 is fine.
One rook is off the board.
Yeah,
now
well,
white has more
winning.
chances to win.
Knight d5, okay. I mean, it's just like anything. Anything is winning.
Now it's time to take checks.
Just not to blunder.
Yes.
Just not to blunder.
Another
rook
pawn.
a6, another pawn is about to be taken. You still can take on a5, because you can play a4 and then the rook escapes. But Gunina will play till the very end. Knight a7, by the way, was exchange of rooks, which would finish the game immediately, but it doesn't matter. Right, I mean, you can blunder a knight and it's still winning.
Yeah, we have hand check. Tsatsalashvili won to Gunina. Let me check the other boards.
Tsatsalashvili wins. I can check board 2.
Is in progress.
Where we had Kostyniuk. Kostyniuk is still playing against Daria Voit, former Daria Pustavoitova. So she changed the name. Daria,
I was like, how he cut this name?
Yeah, black is winning, so Kostyniuk is in trouble, right? Black must be winning. That's what I can say.
Both players have.
Both players are very low on
short
time. Yeah, a2, bishop takes, knight takes. Now let's see if knight is in time to. Yeah, well, king f7. King f7. And now king goes to g6. And it's still.
Knight f4.
Knight f4.
And this is.
King h6. Ah, yeah, that's winning.
winning.
And now this is winning. Knight e7, knight g8 just block the pawn. Yeah. Now king g7 is also fine, of course. But knight g8, knight h6 would have been. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's still fine. So. Another fall of a favorite, right? So Kostyniuk loses, Gunina loses, so that's like all the Russian national team lost. The feeling is like all the national team of Russia in the women's section has lost in round 3. Maybe any other interesting results?
Board 3, Zagranice Savina draw, and board 4, Zhukova managed to win Anastasia Bodnaruk.
Yeah, so Zhukova wins against Anastasia Bodnaruk. I'm checking the results in the men's section. Yu Yang-Yi won against Georg Maya on board 3. On board 4, Sanan Sugirov has won again. Sugirov is leading.
Does a really good job.
Yeah, and that's board number 11 in the ladies section. Let me see if I can find this one on the screen. It's not board 11. It must be. I'm not sure actually. It's Letingia apparently, so it's board 12. Yeah, board 12. Letingia against Lilith Galoyan. Well, here, for a change, it is a position which actually makes sense. So, a next change up for white, for which black has a pawn, right? It's a pawn and a knight for the rook. And the knight was just lost on f7, so now white is completely winning. Now white is completely winning, and yeah, the king on h6 got mated.
Oh.
I mean, it would not make difference, to be honest, if she would play king h5, but that was the only move in the position not to get mated. So after rook f4, rook h7, it's a mate on the board. So I think we are getting closer and closer to the end of round 3. Yeah, I was checking, if you remember, checking the results in the men's section. So board 5, Bortnik and Amonatov, Alexander Bortnik has won, and another game in the ladies section is in progress. Is board 9, it seems. Is it?
Yeah, it's board 9.
June on
Katerina
1.5 apparently.
Atalik. And we have handshake here.
Yeah, that's finished. And Ekaterina Atalik has won, so it's a revenge for the last round of Rapid, right? Or was it? I think it was like.
No, it was
suddenly last day of Rapid, but maybe around 14. Maybe it was 14. Yeah, but it was the same color they played, and June has won. So now it's a revenge, but maybe not that important as was this game in round 14 in Rapid Chess Championship. Right, so less and less games left. We are shown the arbiters adjusting the pieces, and a lot of crowd gathered around some game on the last boards.
Section.
In the open section on the last boards, or maybe, maybe it's a coffee station. Maybe it's not. Maybe that's not the last game. Okay, I can see if we have anything in progress. So checking once again. Maybe okay. Let me check what happened in Karyakin's game against Nigel Short. Sergei Karyakin has won. Nigel loses. Li Chao played against Maxim Vashiela-Graf. Maxim won. Ding Liren has won against Denis Hismatulin. Vasily Ivanchuk is still playing in the men's section on board 12. Or there is something with... no, the final position is looks completely winning for him. So apparently there is some problem with the result. But Ivanchuk has won against Francisco Paco Vallejo. Well, will Ivanchuk be back? Because we haven't seen him in Rapid. I mean, he came
personally,
there.
I really want him to see on the top boards.
Yeah, he was, he came here to Saudi Arabia as the reigning world champion in Rapid, but he failed to he failed to defend his title. He was barely seen on our screen.
But before the first round, I recorded a video when he was giving advice to female players how to play.
How to play chess. Okay.
How to play in
Okay.
particular position. I uploaded that on my Facebook page, and you can see that.
Right, so round 3 is finished. We are coming back shortly for round 4. Let's hope there won't be any scandals and it will work smoothly on. Stay tuned.
Chess. It might look like ba3 is an illegal move here because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's a little something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move, like let's say play king e7, king g2, and now try, because
Please take your seats. We will start in 1 minute.
So we're back again. Round 4 is about to start. Magnus Carlsen seemingly managed to recover from his loss in round 2 because his game in round 3 was quite impressive, a nice victory. So he plays with the black pieces against Anton David Guijarro from Spain. On the second board, the actual leaders of the tournament, Dr. Amin Bassem from Egypt, faces Yu Yangi from China. Sanan Sugirov will play with Alexander Bortnik, and so on and so on. In the ladies section, who we have on the top board?
We have Bodnaruk, Anastasia.
Anastasia Bodnaruk against Polina
Turns
Shuvalova.
out that she won to Zhukova, and not Zhukova won against her. It was wrong results.
All right, and we once again will be concentrating on Carlsen's game, where Magnus Carlsen against Anton Guijarro. Right,
That's it.
So a tricky opening played by the Spanish player. I mean, knight f3 and d3. Well, so trying to, well, I'd say it's a King's Indian attack. That's what we used to call it, right? So developing exactly in style you would in a King's Indian defense, but since you play with the white pieces, for some reason it's called an attack. Right, when black went for a double...
No problems for blacks.
No problem whatsoever, but this is not what you're supposed to have. You do not have any problem there. So the only problem you have is that you have no problem. So you don't know what problems to solve. You still have to make moves. I mean, white knows the plan, right? I mean, actually, I'm not sure if white knows the plan now, because he has started to think. Knight d7 is a nice prophylactical move, kind of
I like
stopping
b5 and a5 move. Yeah, he goes
Knight
for it.
b3 is a bit strange, right?
Lately, I
He wants to play
start
b4.
to think like Carlsen plays. I don't know to be happy or worry about that, because...
d4. Well, white takes the center. I think it's still nice. Still nice for white. a5, and now this knight will be disturbed, right?
Next move
So
can
probably
be
bishop
a4.
Bishop e3. Bishop e3 protecting d4. So in case of a4, knight goes back to d2.
He's
He
going
wants
to
to take on
c5.
c5, but in this case a4 seems to be not bad. And then to take
No, bishop e3.
bishop e3. All right, so well, half a minute difference already in favor of Magnus Carlsen. Let's see what he comes up with. There is a4, there is possibly b4.
There is a4 followed by b4, and also b4 in... Yeah, I think he's going to play this way.
a4 knight moves, queen b6. Queen b6 to make sure the c5 pawn is defended, and as well he wants to be able to take on c5 with a piece. Okay, d5, where the knight is going.
On e5.
Yeah, knight e5, then heading to d3. Knight takes. So that's
there's not f4 move because of knight d4 and hanging pawn on b2, and that's why first white plays queen e2.
bishop to a6.
He wants to play b4 with a tempo.
Probably he wants b4. Well, so it's a Benoni-like position.
But
I'm wondering what
black
happens.
is already all good on the queen side.
Yeah, but that was the move I was thinking. I mean, what
And now
happens after
c4.
c4, yeah, before c4, knight has to go back. Bishop on a6 is still not doing all that much, and white has to operate on the king side, I believe.
Yes.
Well, b2 pawn is hanging there. I've just
Look, this
noticed.
monster bishop on g7. It's very dangerous in this kind of positions, Benoni systems.
So what do we do? h4, I would think. h4, h5, though, then the knight can return to f6, you know. Bishop to h3. Oh, well, this makes sense. Attacking the knight on d7, making it awkward for black. His next move. So black really achieved a lot on the queen side, but on the king side it will be white's territory. It will be white's territory. In some positions white might want to play e5, d takes f5. That's kind of a standard way.
Queen a5, is he preparing for a ba?
Yeah, I mean just stepping with the queen away so that he can take and maybe trade the rooks. Maybe trade the rooks on b file. So now that's the key moment. e5, yeah, e5 pawn takes f5. I think that's what you do. Knight e4 at once.
Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting,
Blockade
but less
of the
clear, I
center.
would say. But still try to play it with f5 included. Knight e4, so now...
What is the move now? Can it be something like f5?
Knight
No,
b6,
because
this is
knight b6.
super dangerous. I mean, that's of course a serious move because he attacks the c4 pawn. But at the same time, look like all the black pieces are, you know, on the queen side. So he should really watch out for potential sacrifices on the other side of the board.
Is now d5 pawn hanging?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Knight takes. Yeah, that's an important pawn, of course. Knight takes d5, but still, you know, the game is still tense. White still has well, a concentration of pieces on the queen side, on the king side. Bishop f2.
He can take on
He can
f4,
take on f4. Yeah,
and
that's exactly
then
what he
rook
does.
b2.
That's exactly what he does.
No, he
Knight
takes
takes
on
c5. Knight e3 is an option. Maybe rook b2 is a decent move as well. Yeah, I like rook b2. Knight e3.
Knight e3.
Okay, knight e3. Forcing. Well, knight takes a6. I guess simply capture on a6. Rook e1, then rook b2 might follow. And then... And who's attacking whom? Because now it's also rook d2. So it's black who has two rooks on, you know, on second ranks. So now it's I mean, I'm sure black is winning. I mean, to be absolutely comfortable, he needs precisely one move, which is bishop g7 to f6, so that the king can go to g7 and then literally nothing can happen. Bishop takes e3. Well, just take with the pawn and c5. The c pawn is marching. Okay, but how about bishop d4? He'll continue with the pawn. Rook f2, but this allows white to take.
On e3.
What happens if queen e3? That's a bit mysterious.
Rook can go to d2 and preparing
bishop d4 will be a threat. That's what's the point. So white puts all his money on this c pawn. Queen d5 and then
I like your idea bishop f6 here because there is some chats on
but
d8.
Then you have
maybe h5.
I'm not sure if you have time for that because you also have to care about the c pawn. Maybe you are fine with white giving a check on d8 where e6, yeah, check, bishop goes. I believe he made sure that he's he's getting somewhere with his queen. I'm not sure how to do it. Rook c2. Does it really stop the pawn? c7?
c7, possible move.
c7? And now queen c6. Queen c6,
Queen
yeah.
c6. White is on 2 seconds.
Rook takes. Now the c-pawn is stopped. Now this is hopeless against Magnus Carlsen. He can simply take on c7. I mean, this is absolutely winning. This is absolutely winning. No chance whatsoever. Even rook a7. And it's even rook a7 because next move he's gonna take on a3 and he has a check on c5 in case of bishop b5. Well, it wasn't all that easy game, but once again, impressive play by Magnus Carlsen. That's the best recipe you can give in Blitz. Just take everything your opponent gives as long as you are not getting mated. And look what happens on first board in the movement section. That's really
they have
really
7
fast,
seconds
yeah.
on the clock.
So it's Bodnaruk against Shuvalova, 2 Russian players playing each other. They've met in Russian Super Final just like this month. It was beginning of December. We're playing on seconds, and yeah, I mean you can immediately spot the difference.
Wait, where the king? Ah, okay. I thought the queen was gone.
I don't think the position is relevant. I mean, as they play like that, I don't really think the position is relevant. You just could see. Check, king goes king, king runs away easily. Rook to d1.
Comes back to defense the king.
Rook to d1 and then up, queen g4. Well, actually you are not allowed to drop the pieces like that. And
she lost on a time. She lost on a time.
So Bodnaruk wins against Shuvalova. I mean, she had completely winning position, but at some point I thought that this game will not be decided on the board, but on the clock. So, it's 4 out of 4 for Anastasia Bodnaruk. Impressive. Impressive. So, well, let's see. Dingley Ren playing Vladimir Malakov on the 7th table. So, just quickly, Malakov with the white pieces. Well, it's got to be a draw, I believe, but, well, Dingley Ren will try. Dingley Ren will definitely try, because it's, well, king c3, king c4, no, he will not. He will not. Now it actually looks like Malakov. No, nobody's gonna try. Nobody's gonna try.
Too few pieces on the
board.
board.
Knight here, knight to b4, a check. Yeah, bishop b4, king a6, and now the good way to end this game here is just to take on a5, where all the pieces are getting eliminated. Now that's once again it's a wrong result because obviously it was a draw. I mean, I think the result in the official broadcast is 1-0, which is wrong, of course. How can it be 1-0 if, you know, if white has only a king left? This is actually a step to improve the technology of a digital board because, I mean...
I think they didn't press the put
I
the
know
king
how
on
this
the right
appears,
time.
but the digital board ideally has to be that smart so it understands that it's not possible for white to win if he only has the king left. It has to correct the arbiters.
Here we can see on the video board 6.
Charochkina against Zagnidze. Well, it's still pretty tense. Zagnidze is winning objectively, well, but I don't know the situation with the clock. If this is accurate, what I have, well, it says Charochkina lost on time, which is of course not possible. Both of them are very short on time, that's I'm sure. Now, well, tricky. I thought knight g2 wins on the spot, not really. Black is completely winning. Black is completely winning.
She has extra two.
Comes with the king to f3, g3, and then h2
mate
will
is
be
hanging.
It's made from b1. Yeah, it's made from b1, so Zagnidze wins. But she's not on 100%, I believe. Otherwise, she would be higher.
No.
She's on 2.5 out of 3.
In the
I think
previous
after
round.
this round, it will actually we can actually check the cross table.
Yeah,
we can actually check the cross table because it looks, if not the sole leaders, but you know the field of players on 100% is pretty limited. Maybe we won't have the sole leaders, but really it's not.
In the open section, Russian Sogirov, who beat Carlsen, managed to win fourth rounds too.
So Sugirov wins against Alexander Bortnik, and he is leading with 4 out of 4. Amin
together
Bassem
with
and Yu Yan Yi.
Bakra,
and
also
with Amin Bassem as well. So on board too, Amin Bassem has won, and yeah, we don't see the final position.
Yeah.
Is made with.
Oh no, it shows me that he made draw in the first round. Are you sure?
Whom?
Bassem.
That's a mistake, because otherwise he
Really?
would not play on board 1. He would not play on board
Yeah.
1, that's obvious. I think it must have been a mistake somewhere. But yeah, Bassem has won a very nice attacking game, because in the final position Black has his king on f2 with the board full of pieces, so you can imagine this king went all the way.
Here you can see in the video Norwegian TV, who are always on live. They also do very impressive work. I saw a couple of things of them, and it was really nice.
Well, checking the other games, well, Karyakin is back. Karyakin is as high as on board 5. Yeah, once again, for Sergei Karyakin, for the defending Blitz world champion, the rapid portion was a total disaster. Yeah, and day 3 he did not even appear on the very top boards.
I just
it
saw
looks
that
better today.
Ivanchuk lost the game with Vidit
Okay.
on the board 8.
So I think we conclude 4th round. I'm not sure. Maybe something is still in progress, but we do not have a technical possibility to show that. So we consider our job done. We go for a short break. Round 5 will start. Well, I hope quickly. So don't go away too far. So apart from this conflict, everything seems to work smoothly. Stay tuned.
420. 420. Next round will start at 4:20. Next round will start at 4:20.
As you could see, players are getting ready for round 5. Are we ready, Keti? I think
we are ready.
Yeah, we are ready. Well, we did not check the standings just yet, but only a few players left with 100%. As far as I can see, in the men's section, it's only 3 players on perfect score. It's Salman Sugirov, the one who defeated Magnus Carlsen. He will face Amin Bassem from Egypt. And Etienne Bacro is on 4 out of 4. On board number 3, he will play with the black pieces against Anton Korobov. And I asked Anton during the break, I asked Anton how many points do you have. He said he made 1 draw. Well, and some yellow favorites are back. So Vashiela Grav is on board 4, Karyakin is on board 6, Dingley ran on board 7. So we do get some strong players climbing up. On board 9, it's Alexander Grishuk and Vladimir Fedoseev playing each other, so that's also a very interesting game, and we might check this one if we will have a chance. That's the first board in the ladies section. Daria Voigt against
have 4 points. That's 100%.
Daria Voigt against Anastasia Bodnaruk. And on table 1, as per usual, we have Magnus Carlsen. It looks like Colossus got very angry after he lost in round 2, because next game he just smashed his opponents.
Right.
So now he is to play with Varujan Akobyan from the United States of America. Let's see how this game will go for Magnus Carlsen. He will have the white pieces, so I'm wondering if a London system will be played again.
He seems very focused on the board, and probably the round starts in a few
the round will start
even.
just now. Yeah, and pay attention to those guys on board too. They apparently are Blitz specialists, and not very high rated in Blitz, but both so far.
I want to tell that Amin Bassem, who from Egypt, has 4 points, and it was the mistake of the statistics I had.
Yeah, I actually
when I said it was drawn.
So Amin Bassem, Sugirov and Bakrov once again on 100%. Anything else? Well, Andrei Yasipenko is on board 12, so I assume it's like 3 out of 4 for him. So the Russian youngster who managed to play the game of the tournament, I'm sure, in the Rapid World Championship, the game he won against Sergei Karyakin.
It's my favorite game.
Yeah, I mean, it was really, really impressive attack by... well, some quite interesting matchups I can see. Swidler playing Ilyanov as low as board 18. So both very strong players.
So arbiter started the clocks, and we have the first moves.
D4 bishop f4, as
Again.
I said. It will be the London system. E6, E3. Let's see what Carlsen does now. Will it be knight? No, C5. So now C3 is kind of an automatic move. C3 is kind of an automatic move. B6,
B6
knight goes to
D5.
F3. Knight goes to F3, bishop E7, H3. So he minds his bishop. He wants, bishop H2 if knight
I
goes
have
to
feeling
H5.
like the previous game he forgot to play first H3 and then the rest what he did.
I mean, in some positions it's fine to allow this knight H5, and he actually proved that the weaknesses, let's say, black had to pay the price to take this bishop, and he managed to exploit those weaknesses nicely. So, interestingly, Akobyan is thinking at such an early stage. Yeah, bishop b7 looks like an automatic move to be played. Yeah, and not d5 but d6, which is much more flexible system here. Queen to e2.
He wants to have his bishop on b7 more open.
Yeah, a6, a4, rook to e8, bishop to h2, preventively, well, avoiding various jumps with the knight, like knight d5. And I think sooner or later in this structure, white is supposed to play c3, c4, otherwise it's very hard to get any, like a proactive moves with the pawns. Bishop f8, no, knight c4, that's as well an option. Knight to c4, pressing the d6 pawn. If black goes d6, d5, then he blocks his own bishop, and
the knight jumps on e5. Perfect.
White knight goes to e5 or even d6. If, let's say, black plays d5 right now, white can also go knight d6, which, well, force black to exchange the bishop.
Queen c7.
Queen c7, then knight goes to e3. Potentially, next move will be knight g4. No, knight d5, trying to force some exchanges. And bishop takes a6, winning a pawn. Bishop f3. Now
it's must to take with the
has
pawn.
To play, has to take gf3. So black will get some positional compensation. Not enough, though. I believe it's not enough. The white bishop, the light square bishop, will be exceptionally strong.
And he got his double bishop.
So he will put the bishop on b5, and well, I'm not sure about. I mean, if we have to talk about the pair of bishops, the other bishop on h2 is not doing such a great job, but the bishop on b5 will.
Come somewhere.
Bishop on b5 definitely will. For black to have the real compensation, he has to activate his knights. Looking at moves like knight f6, to go to h5, g6. I mean, knight f6 played. Knight f6 played. Bishop b5 is really awkward for black to face because you don't want to play a move like rook e7, and otherwise you have to leave the e file. So rook d8 played by
c8.
Akobyan. C8
and c4.
C4. Yeah.
So it's upcoming plan is to play b4 and then look either a5 or c5.
b4, I mean, sometimes this structure is better for white even not having an extra pawn. But I mean, it's like, for instance, white pawn on b2 and black pawn on a5. The bishop on b5 is simply too strong. But
okay, now a5 is a next move for white.
Being a pawn up, it's like
g6.
Must be winning objectively. So a5, pawn takes on a5, then this pawn will go to a6. Queen a7, attacking the d4 pawn. Perhaps the only weakness which is left in white's position. Queen e3. No, queen e3 is a good move because somewhere he will play, you know, he will play d5. It's not about having an extra pawn, right? I mean, white doesn't really need an extra pawn. He needs his a pawn to be, I mean, the strong passed pawn to go further.
He goes to a6.
Yeah, he goes to a6.
It's really far already.
And then somewhere he can play d4, d5. Black is still struggling to find the proper plan. It might be that he has to... No, d5, c5 allows white to have another passed pawn.
Black is already in a short time. 30 seconds
30
on
seconds.
the clock against 2 minutes and...
Rook back to
30.
d8. So he protects the d6 pawn, wants to play bishop g7, I assume. Kind of increasing the pressure on d4. Yeah, bishop g7. And then bishop c6. Now starts with d5, as I said, wants to trade the queens. d5, ed5 now. Bishop c6 is certainly an option. Well, capture on a7 could be an option. No, it goes bishop c6, yeah. Attacking the rook, which practically forces... No, black cannot take on e3. No, I just realized that if black takes on e3, it's fe3. And rook a7, white takes on c4, it's just like completely winning. So the feeling is like, in order to, you know, to somehow to complicate...
To sacrifice, maybe. Yeah, he's just
in order
doing
to complicate, he has to sacrifice an exchange. His position will be still lost, of course, but at least there is some sharpness. Like
a7 probably. No.
Rook a5. Rook a5, d5. a7 is an option. Yeah, but now black has got those
b1, rook e8, rook b8.
Black has got those two connected passed pawns, which are moving pretty quickly. d4, a7, now queen takes d8 is a serious strat. Yeah, I think rook c8, then queen b8 is an option.
Yeah.
Queen b8 is certainly a possible move. Queen goes to b8, right? And Akobian
4 seconds on the clock. No,
he won't make it. He won't make it. He has already lost on time. Yeah, the game continues, by the way, because they are not. Yeah. But anyway, it was completely lost.
But did you not look in the clock, or what happened?
Yeah, I mean some.
Come on.
Some discussions. Apparently, there was some way for Akobian to organize a counterplay. Apparently, there was some way for Akobian to organize the counterplay, because yeah, it looks like they were both blundering something. We are switching to the game of our leaders, in fact. Sugirov against Amin Bassem, where we have an endgame. I mean, equal material. It's really hard to say if any side is better. Black has a nice... Yeah, the knight on e5 is nicely placed. Cannot be chased away with the pawn, because f4 gives black a very nice outpost on g4. Knight is on g4 already. Yeah, a lot of jumping. Look, this knight g4, knight f6, rook to c5. Well, both of them are very short on time as well. So once again, might come to this moment where, you know, the position is no longer relevant. And Sugirov is thinking like he's got a couple of minutes. That's
10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, he has to make a move. Rook f4. Rook f4. Well, now it is sort of an unpleasant pin on this f6 knight. And yeah, then knight goes to b4.
They are not in hurry.
I don't know if it will be
5
knight
seconds.
d5 or... No, it doesn't look like knight d5 is a great idea. Knight to... Yeah, knight d5.
Knight takes d5.
Rook takes. Okay, rooks are getting swapped, and then f7 is hanging, and in this way it's rook c4 now. Taking the... well, that will be a very interesting pawn angle, because white has a lot of space advantage. I mean, still believe it's got to be a draw, but
Yeah,
you know,
but it's
White
very hard
really,
to
really
play,
has a lot of
with this time
now the
control.
queen side is blocked. F3, G4 apparently. Now, well, he's trying to penetrate with the king now. King F4 will force Black to play F6 now. King F8, King G7, G4. Let's see. Let's see, because, well, I thought you don't want to do this with Black because you let White
Then,
to have
yeah,
a passed pawn.
pawn.
You let
no.
White to have a passed pawn.
After H5, there's a G5.
No, but then King will get to G5,
No,
H5.
he
This
can't
way
go
it's a
back.
draw. This way
Yeah,
it's a
and
draw.
check.
Right. I'm not sure if still there was a feeling like White missed some chances, but it's
Do
a
we
draw
have
in the
board
end.
3 in progress?
Yeah,
yet?
let's see what happens on board 3. They are still playing, Korobov and Bakro. Bakro is the only player who theoretically can be on 100%, but he will not win this game against Anton Korobov. He's defending the endgame being a pawn down. I mean, it will be a draw, I believe, but it will be a draw, but I don't really see Bakro winning. So let's wait for. Maybe we can check.
There's a female
what's that?
section.
Board 6 in the ladies
Tsatsalashvili,
section.
Kostyuk.
Yeah, I think the games on higher boards have already finished. That's the position in Kostyuk, Tsatsalashvili. Kostyuk had an extra pawn, but now she's about to lose it. Rook E7, still White is more active, right? Bishop B5, Bishop C3 takes on G7, King H6 takes on B7. It's still not a draw. What can I say? It's still not a draw. And it might as well be Rook and Bishop versus the Rook after H6. Rook C5, Rook B6 check. Let's see, and A7, right? Now it's Bishop D2. Well, that's a bit weird. Checks keep coming. There is no Rook A5, but there is Rook C2. Well, a tricky line. Rook to D6, Bishop takes A6, and now this has to be a draw. Well, they continue playing. This is no, that's a draw. I thought they will continue playing this one. So a draw for Alexandra
We have the
Kostyuk.
results like first two boards is draw, and Zagrintza board 3 managed to win with black pieces to Tan Zongi, and
She's on.
she on
made
4.5.
one draw, right? 4.5. So Korobov and Bakro are still playing. Surprisingly, I thought it will be a draw pretty soon, and it is a draw. Where already Bakro was the pawn up, but you cannot win the position with the knight's pawn. I mean, just move the kings and the pawn one file to the left, and it will be a draw. With it will be winning, but not like this. Elizabeth Petz is still playing. Not sure who her opponent is.
Let me check.
It's must be one of the top boards. Can't see it. It's board number 7. Lela Javahashvili is the opponent for Elizabeth Petz.
It's Rook and Bishop.
Rook and Bishop, really?
Yes.
Let's see. That's our favorite position.
Yes.
That's our favorite position, and from what I know, you cannot win it. You cannot win it here. Rook D2, the rook. Well, rook check. You kind of almost lose. You almost lose like this, but not really. Still, rook E2. King goes to C1. Check. Well, and now we are going to. I mean, it's like almost a Philidor's position. Rook H2. And now she's got into Philidor's position. The check on E2. What are you doing? Yeah, seems like they don't know. Seems like they don't know, because Black was already winning. Black was already winning, and now it's a famous defensive method, right?
What? What happened? She touched the bishop, and
she touched the bishop and she lost.
Yeah.
King, she lost. Yeah. Well, actually, just a few moves before White achieved the position which is known to be the best method to defend against to defend this position. It was Rook and Bishop against the Rook, and then something really happened. Well, so
What's
some
going
game
on
in
here?
progress.
Something is very interesting, as
Some
too many
game
players
is in
are
progress,
in
the game which drives a lot of attention, but we don't even know what's.
I can
what
see it's
game
in
it is.
Arkhiev.
It was in Kiev, but the game has finished already. It was board number 20 something. So let me find it. If it was in Kiev or not, first of all, because I could only see his back. In Kiev was playing against Martin Kravtsev. It was a very, very long game, and finally, at least in the final position, it looks like White has won because Black can't stop the h7 pawn. Right, so I think that will be it. So it was round 5.
Yeah.
It was round 5.
It's too fast.
It was round 5, and we don't have anyone on 100% in the men's section. I think, as well in the women's.
Neither women's section.
So no more players on 100%. That means a tie for the first place in both sections. We are coming back shortly. I think we have to go on air a couple of minutes before the start. So, we informed that it's just 10 minutes left. Just 10 minutes left. We'll come a bit earlier to announce the current standings. Magnus Carlsen is very close to the leaders. Stay tuned. Don't go away.
जो रैंकिंग जारी होती है वो भी ऐसी रैपिड बिल्ड्स की बात है रैंकिंग
So we are starting, well, about to start round 6. Magnus Carlsen is getting closer and closer to the leaders as he won 3 consecutive games after his loss. And on the first table we finally have someone who is very high rated. On the second table, meaning the actual leader, Maxim Vashielograf is on 4.5 out of 5. Same as Sanan Sugirov, those two playing each other. On board 3, it's Etienne Bakro and Amin Bassem. On board 4, it's Sergei Karyakin. So closer and closer the reigning world champion is, the reigning world champion in Blitz is to the top boards. And once again, we will be looking at the game of Magnus Carlsen, this time against Alexander Bortnik from Ukraine. As I said, that's a very, very dangerous Blitz player. So yet another Pirk played by Magnus Carlsen. I think he did same against Peter Swidler in the rapid portion of, well, so it was day 2. Magnus played against Peter Swidler. He went for precisely the same line. So this time he went bishop g4 early and took the knight on f3. Okay, so somewhat more pleasant for white, but very solid position for black, and as well unbalanced, right? So, well, not a symmetrical structure. Black has, I mean, white has a pair of bishops. Black tries to prove that this bishop, of the light square bishop, is not that important. We'll be looking for a nice place for his knight. Okay, so what's now? Because white is thinking for quite a long time. White is thinking for quite a long time. Some bishop d4 maybe. a4. And Magnus plays queen to a5. So what he wants here, Keti? Queen b4 or?
I don't really know what he wants.
Queen d2, rook goes to e8. Ah, well, rook e8 is the right move. So to be able to answer bishop h6 with bishop h8, right? So that the bishops are not getting exchanged.
Maybe he wants to take on d5, and in some cases he wants to be e3, e7 pawn protected.
b4? What's b4?
If queen b4, yeah, then rook b1. But
and queen a5 back. Ah, you mean queen a5 back, and then he would take on b7. Rook a3, protecting the c3 square, and now c takes d5 happens.
Forced to take with e pawn.
Yeah, it has to take with the e pawn, and then knight b6, and this is terribly unpleasant for white because all the squares are big. Or knight e5, which is more or less the same. So knight is heading towards the c4 square. I mean, it's like the backward pawn on c2. And not a lot you can do about it. So already we can say black managed to outplay his opponent. Rook to b3. So that means he does not. Well, I'm not sure, but feeling
he has to give up one of the bishops after.
Yeah, he has to give up
c4.
one of the bishops exactly. But I'm just trying to understand which one he is planning to. Because if you take on c4, that means you will never ever be able to get control of a c4 square again. But if you move the queen and black takes on e3, then the dark square bishop seems to be much better than.
But
so
Nick
he takes and
decides
goes
to
bishop
give
d4.
this light square bishop and put another bishop on d4 to control this g7 bishop.
Yeah, so he wouldn't
bishops
mind
in
to
one
exchange the
sentence.
bishops. He keeps c3 protected just in case. There is no knight takes e5, knight takes d5 because, well, bishop h6, what a move. What a move. So attacking the queen, if queen goes away, black is ready to take on d5. If queen takes on h6, black would have taken on d4. So it forced white to go back to e3. Magnus exchanges and goes
Queen
f4. Okay. It also creates some tactical possibilities for white, you know, because queen
maybe
on
he
f4
wants to come on rook c4, another rook on c8. What do you think?
Who knows?
No,
Rook
c7.
c7. b5. Okay, white is trying to organize some counterplay of his own.
a5.
b5, a5, and now black needs to bring the knight to c5. Well, rook c5. Rook b5, still knight d7 seems to be a decent move. Bringing the knight over to c5. Yeah, I think, well, it's not that clear in terms of advantage for Magnus, because I thought he is about to get a serious advantage. Well, I don't see it anymore. And actually knight d7 can be answered with knight e4. Well, the feeling is like queen f4 wasn't the best move. Wasn't the best move. He still goes knight d7, now knight e4 is a possibility for his opponent, for Alexander Bortnik.
94, 95.
No, he takes on c5, right? Knight c5, queen b5, attacking the rook as well as a5 pawn.
Queen b4 is possible?
No, the rook is hanging on e8 with a check. So it's like, yeah. So the thing here is that you probably play rook a8 anyway.
Yeah, that's the only move.
But then e7 is kind of under attack. Rook e7, then you can give a check take on c2. Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, white's pawns are much more advanced, so that means white has more space, but at the same time the pawns might be a bit more vulnerable, you know. Knight to e2. Okay. Yeah, it's very logical thing to do. So to have the knight closer to a king, right? So to avoid perpetuals, and maybe as well this knight can participate in a kingside attack if this ever happens. Queen f5 trying to get to d5 pawn. Oh, well, it's actually a double attack on f2 and d5, right? Queen c4.
Queen
now
c4.
Queen f2 seems to be an option. Knight back to c3. If only black could activate his rook from e8, he would immediately be in a very good shape.
Right.
But it's not so easy. It's not so easy for the time being.
h5, h4.
Yeah,
or it can be maybe just weakness.
Queen f6, rook back to e2. Now I'm just thinking what white wants. Probably white wants to swap the knights, like knight e4, for instance. If this happens, knight e4 and black takes and white takes with something, then white definitely has compensation for the pawn, right? So a bit more space. Knight d7. So now a new square for this knight will be an e5 square.
And meanwhile b6 pawn is hanging too.
b6 pawn is hanging, but how about queen c7? Well, I'm actually somewhat worried that white's gonna play queen c7. No, he starts with knight e4, attacking the queen.
Check on f4.
This allows a check on
also
f4.
It's a pin.
g3. Chasing the queen away. Queen e5. Still manages to keep everything.
What is knight c5?
Knight c5? I don't know. There was knight c5. Knight takes b6 maybe. Maybe knight takes b6, I don't know. Rook to d8. Well, it's very, very awkward for Magnus. What can I say? Queen takes a5, queen d4, but then, yeah, that's really. And how about f5? f5, knight c3. Yeah, I really don't know what goes on now. They are both left with only seconds on a clock. Magnus is visibly nervous. What can I say? I mean, he's still in control of the time. His opponent has somewhat less time, but Magnus is visibly nervous, and still his rook is, well, struggles to find an open file. Still struggles to find an open file with his rook, while his opponent seems to play with a serious amount of
attack on a4 and f7.
Well, it's a very annoying double attack. I'm sure Magnus has blundered this one. I don't even see a move for rook f8. Now he's a piece down.
Knight for 3 pawns.
Yeah, it's 3 pawns, but those pawns, you know, they are not connected pass pawns. So objectively, white's position is much better. Queen e3, queen d4. He might still save this one, but it's a very, very bad position now. King to g7, rook d5, rook to c8. A check on second rank. Yeah, that's good. Checks all the time. No, rook b1. Yeah, keeping the b pawn protected. Then it won't be that easy for white to hide the king now. King goes to f4, back to f3. So, no, I don't believe white wants a draw here. Knight d4. Okay. Yeah, Magnus managed to save something similar against Hikaru Nakamura in classical chess not that long ago. King G7 just trying to keep it as fortress, right? Rook A4. Yeah, if the B7 pawn is not here, I know the winning method, and maybe it will be demonstrated by Alexander Bortnik. So you get, I mean, you take the B7 pawn first of all, which might be not easy to do. And then you are supposed to sacrifice on F7 and win the pawn endgame. King G8. Keeping the possibility to play F6 if so will be, if the chance will be given.
What he's doing?
Rook D6. He's trying to control the sixth rank, which is very, very logical. A check from here. Rook D7. Now white can, black can put the 96 is an option. That's interesting, because 96 would have been really annoying. Rook here, King F8, King to D5. The feeling is like.
Can now F6?
No, he can. He could go F6. Yeah, he could go F6, trading the last pawn. He could go F6, trading the last pawn.
White is on 4 seconds.
4 seconds only for white.
5 already.
White is bringing the knight to E5, and then it's a check and Rook F5 or? Yeah, checks. Yeah, here it's always gonna be checks. Checks. King F4, check again. Knight F3, now he can... Well, actually, I think you go back to B file, right? You don't want to move the pawn, because then white rook is put on B7 and it attacks both B4 and F7, so black will have difficulty.
Oh, he was about to take
he
on
couldn't
G5.
take because of this knight E6 trick. Yeah,
we had this position already on the board.
I told you, his opponent is a very, very tricky player. I still don't feel like Magnus is safe. Check. Knight back to D4. I think it might be already like threefold repetition, but
if Magnus plays bishop, Rook B6.
Check. King to E5. Check from B5. Now the king has to go back. Knight D4.
Rook B6.
No, I think it was with king on G7. Oh, okay, Rook B1. That's something new. That's something new. Check here. King back to F4. Another check. And Rook to B1, that's I'm sure is a threefold repetition, but white will continue trying. King goes to E4 now, Rook F5. So now black makes sure he exchanges the last pawn, because yeah, now he can play F7, F6, but Magnus decides not to, because yeah. But how do you make progress with white in this position if black simply moves his king?
Yeah, king
F8, G7, G8, whatever. Yeah, it doesn't look to be possible. Yeah, whenever you move the knight, yeah, it is a draw. It's just a draw. Knight D4. Once again, this little trick. Once again, this same little trick with knight E6 check. It was, yeah, it was better to. And now he lost the B pawn and F6. He goes for F6 because that's the only chance now. Checks. After 2 checks, the king will be cut on the last rank. Still dangerous for Magnus Carlsen, but his opponent is on literally on seconds, so he has to really play very fast. Rook F7. Ah well. Dear me. King H6. Some threats on. He doesn't want to give this G pawn, which is remarkable. Which is remarkable because. Yeah, that's actually the way to get into trouble, I guess. Still trying to protect your pawn, because, you know, one day this rook might be knight E6. Knight to E6. G5. Well. No, I think he will end up losing the G pawn and this game will continue. It's already move number 124.
No,
I know, and he just offered a draw. So it's a draw. For Magnus Carlsen. After winning 3 in a row, he was unable to win against Alexander Bortnik, and he should be very happy with the overall result. I'm checking the other boards. It's a draw for Vasily Graf and Sugirov.
And Karyakin managed to win on the board 4.
Wins on board 4 against Georg Maya. On board 3, it was a draw for Bakro and Amin Bassem. So Kervyakin made it to a very top board. He'll
Yes,
be playing on
five.
board 1, on board 2. Yeah, he'll be playing on board 2 next game. So we don't have anyone who has.
We can
dropped
see
only half a
Vishy
point,
now
yeah.
walking out the. I'm wondering how he plays.
Yeah, what about Vishy? He was playing on table 12, Vishy Anand, against Gabriel Sargsyan, and he made a draw. So Vishy against Sargsyan was a draw. A ladies section, could you please check what were the results on top boards in the ladies section? We did not cover this one.
In the
at all.
ladies section, we have the same draws on the first 3 boards.
So a lot of draws, surprisingly.
Yes.
Yeah, in Blitz you do expect players to be more aggressive. You expect more decisive games, but in fact everyone tries to be very solid. Maybe it's the first day. Maybe that's why.
Yes.
So tomorrow I hope we will have more decisive games, but it's too early to speak about tomorrow. It was only round 6 of 11 rounds which will be played today. So stay tuned. After a short break, we'll be back for round number 7.
To chess. It might look like ba3 is an illegal move here, because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's still something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move, like let's say play king e7, king g2, and now try, because
We're ready to start the 7th round. Good luck to your games. Please start your clocks.
So welcome back everyone. The round 7 has already started, and one more time we have Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces, this time against Van Hau. That means one more time we will see the London system. So far worked perfectly for Magnus Carlsen. Right, hope we will see the board with the moves soon, because we can't really see the position from a camera view. Another pairs for this round. Karyakin, Sergei Karyakin made it to the top board, so he's playing on board 1 against Farrukh Amanatov. Board 3 is for Amin Bassem and Maxim Veshyalograf playing each other. Anton Korobov on board 4 plays against Sergei Grigoryans from Russia, the man we did not mention at all in our broadcasts, I think. Well, seems like Grigoryans is also a very good Blitz player, Blitz specialist.
We have totally different names today for the Blitz.
Yeah.
Compared to
a
the
lot of new names very high up in the pairing. For what's
round to round, the names are changing.
Yeah. What's for the ladies section?
Ladies section, we have Zagnidze leading half point ahead. She has 5.5, and there are 3 players, all from Russia.
On 5 points, yeah.
Yeah, with 5 points. They are Lakhnok, Katerina, Bodnaruk, Anastasia, and Gunina Valentina.
All right.
Oh, there is another one. Elizabeth Pets also have 5 points.
Okay, so Lizzie Pets is on 5 as well. Right, meanwhile, what happens in our game? Black is very solid, unlike previous games. This time, yeah, I really like Black's position. A3 is played by Magnus Carlsen. He wants to play B4, and yeah, okay, knight h5.
We see the bishops are off the board already.
Yeah, bishop takes, and doesn't matter what Black takes with. I think next white's move is b2, b4. No, knight e5. Oh well, perfect timing for this one, because now if Black takes on e5, white
then
takes with the pawn.
Yeah, knight on h5 will be
Knight is stuck
catched.
here, yeah. Knight is stuck on h5, therefore, yeah, okay, c takes. That's also a nice moment to take, because white would like to recapture with e-pawn, but in this position, Black gets a chance to go with his knight to
so that's
f4.
why he's forced to take first on c6.
He takes on c6 and he
still
takes,
he takes with c-pawn.
yeah, he takes with c-pawn. Well, it's it looks like, you know, Slav exchanged, right, with only c file
and
being
many
open.
pieces are already
Right.
traded.
I'd say for Slav exchange, it's a nice position for white. I mean, white certainly has something to, speculate, something to play. But it's still, of course, very, very. I mean, since it's symmetrical, it's very, very little for white, if anything. Well, actually, I like the move rook f to c8. Bishop back to b7. Well, very, very accurate.
Queen e2.
Rook c7, and then what do you do? I mean, Black is threatening to
Double the rooks on c file.
So it's like you can play knight e5, then Black doubles, and you're unlikely to get this file back. Or you go rook c1, then rook a c1, rook c8, then he trades one pair of rooks. He wants to keep the other one on the board, I assume. And then one thing you can do, you can try knight e5, you know, and then maybe
F4,
to support it with f4. But this way you, of course, give Black an access to e4 square. Knight to d2. Knight to d2. Maybe all the way to b1 and c3. Knight goes to e4. Now knight b1 is an option, actually. Knight b1 is an option to keep the knight b1, yeah, to keep, you know, the different pieces on the board, not to take with the knight where both sides would have the bishops, but to remaneuver the knight first to take on e4. Well, knight d6. So one now wants to keep the knights. Knight c3, knight, well, can
probably
go to c4.
No, he goes queen
first
e7.
Queen e7. First he wants to play queen e7. Now let's see where the rook is going. Rook to c1, but this moment white is under the pin. g6, f3. Will he try e4? I'm not sure.
Black goes
Well, he
for
will
e5.
not. He will not try e4 because Black is first.
Really needed e5?
To move the pawn in the center, yeah, Black plays e5 once again. What can I say? Perfect timing for this, because white is not yet ready. With queen on d2 now, for instance, white would take on e5, go knight e2. But now he has no time to do that. If he takes e5, goes queen d2, then d4 is something you have to watch out for. Well, not easy for white whatsoever. Well, actually, I mean, he probably still has to take
and
and
he's
go queen d2.
less than 1 minute
Yeah, takes. He
of
still
his
has to go
opponent.
queen d2, it seems. Rook to e1. Okay, another possible move. Anyway, looks like black can play d4 and he's perfectly fine.
Yeah, he's going to play d4.
That's what Van Hao is looking at.
No, first he goes
Rook e8.
h to
Well, just,
increase the pressure on e-file.
a little extra pressure on e-file.
And now
exactly.
d4 is more strong than it was
Knight
before.
to d1. So perhaps he's ready to meet. Yeah, well, I'm actually
D4,
still not
E4,
sure.
you
D4,
mean?
E4, yeah, but then a lot of dark square weaknesses. Yeah, what can I say? I mean, it's
Looks
not a
yeah.
comfortable position for Magnus. After queen d2, now it's a real pin on e-file. Bishop to f5, bishop f1. And he dares not to trade the pieces. Yeah, probably bishop f5, knight takes f5 would have been too much. But look, Magnus is on 17 seconds. That's once again not the way you want this game to be for white. But as we could see in Blitz, anything is possible.
h5, knight c5 probably is possible. No.
Knight to f2.
Knight to f2.
Knight to f2. Then
What
h4
about
seems to be
knight
a decent
c4?
move. Knight c4 for black.
Right.
Ah, well, possible. Possible. Then white probably takes, goes e4.
Yeah, he played.
Takes. We'll go e4, yeah, to
bishop
somehow
e6.
limit this bishop a little bit. And now it's very important. Oh, well, f4, that's a brave move. And actually a good one, because after f4, there is a
c5.
potential threat of f5, queen g5 check, you know. So he
Queen
might
c5?
even, yeah, queen c5 pinning the knight, still f5. He will come up with checks if the pawn is taken. Queen h6, isn't it a blunder? Because bishop f5 is possible. Bishop f5, the move Magnus has missed completely. The move Magnus has missed completely and he's down to seconds. Queen f4, well, that was an incredible blunder. That was an incredible blunder by Magnus Carlsen. Queen e7, and now the endgame. Well, he goes to an endgame. I mean, that's the part of the game he's best at. But still,
He has no
I mean, a
pawn for
pawn
that.
down. You know, a pawn down is not the situation you want this endgame to be. Rook takes e2.
So
then,
it is bishop and knight
Yeah.
f endgame and pawn down.
yeah, that should be completely winning for black.
Right.
Just move your pawns on the both sides of the board. So b5, a5 here, and then f6, g5 on the other side.
Magnus blocks the pawns on the color of the bishop.
b4 is
his
still
opponent.
a possibility, though. b4 is still a possibility. After that, while c4 pawn is hanging, if
Interesting.
c3, is he in time? Yeah, that's the critical one. Now Van Hao actually has less time. King takes, king e5. Magnus has to play g3. And now he's safe because king returns back to...
f5.
supposed to return back. Well, actually, well, that's still tricky. That's still tricky.
Because if e takes f, then bishop comes
Bishop
f5.
takes, yeah. Knight f3 check. Knight to g5, which forces the king to go back, and then he's in time to go to e3. It will be a draw. Yeah, very nice defensive maneuver by Magnus Carlsen. King goes to e3, and now nothing can happen, it seems. Oh, well, the game continues. f4 check.
He wants to play king
yeah,
f5,
king f5,
king
and king
d4.
goes to g4. King f2. Still king f5 is a possibility, and knight goes to h3.
Forcing black
yeah.
to take.
Forcing
On
black to
G3.
take. King takes. And now it's
No
got
problem,
to be done.
yeah.
It's got to be a draw. Yeah. Good defense by
Not
Magnus
very
Carlsen.
easy game for Carlsen.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy game. It's a good defense by Magnus Carlsen. Meanwhile, Sergei Karyakin has won against Farukh Amanatov, becomes, if not the sole leader, then certainly one of the leaders. Sergei Karyakin, after
I just
not
realized
such a
that
good
he
start.
played against the chess rules. Like when you have something material up, you try to trade the pieces, and now he did opposite of it, and he managed to make draw.
Yeah, well, I'm checking what has happened in the latest section. Zagnidze Lagno was a draw. Bodnaruk has won against Gunina. No, it's the other way around. Pardon me. Yeah, what I was thinking, but yeah, black looks completely winning. Right, Bodnaruk has won No, has lost against Gunina, so Gunina is one of the leaders, I'm sure, if not the...
And Gareshkina managed to win to Elizabeth Pats, and
so it
she
was,
joins the leaders.
No, I don't think so. She must have had less points. You said Zagnidze was on 5.5, and there was...
So here this is a point. Zagnidze and Gunina, they have both similar 6 points.
Yes,
and
Gareshkina must have
5.5.
5.5, so it's not exactly... So it's a tie between Gunina and Zagnidze. I don't know if they played each other already. Right, let's see what else do we have on board 3 in the men's section. Vasile Graf has won. Yeah, guys, if you see us, that means all the important games have finished. So Maxim Vasile Graf has won against Amin Bassem. Checking again, Korobov made the draw against Grigorians. Sugirov, well, the only player who managed to defeat Magnus Carlsen, makes another draw against Etienne Bacro. A lot of draws once again in the leading group, which might mean that Karyakin and Vasile Graf are 2 leaders, that's I'm sure.
6 points.
With 6 out of 7.
Right.
Yeah, once again, quite impressive. Magnus is on 5 out of 7, still pretty much in the business. And he will be. I mean, the second day alone, 10 rounds will be played, so everything is still possible. Stay tuned, people. I think in some 10-15 minutes we will have the start of round 8, so don't go away too far.
the most Catholic. The president. Yes.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I read that in the syllabus.
So, welcome back again, everybody. We are about to start, and what a game is in front of us in round 8. On the first table, we will see the current Rapid World Champion, crowned yesterday. Vishy Anand will face Magnus Carlsen. So, what a game.
Yeah,
on the second
round
table,
8.
On the second table, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave will face Sergei Karyakin. Those two are
They have
the actual
6 points, and they are only players who have 6
the actual
points.
leaders of this tournament playing each other. So Karyakin, the defending Blitz world champion, well, seems to be in a good form. He made it. Well, he did not start with the win. I think he made a
He
draw
made
in
draw
round 1.
as well as Vashi made draw.
Yeah,
but after that, so far they have not lost any game, and they are in the top of the boards.
And with the same score of 6 out of 7, we have the leaders in the women's section playing each other. It's Valentina Gunina and Nana Zagnidze. Right, so the round, as we said, is about to start. So it's going to be round 8 and 3 more after this one. So today seems to be a bit shorter day for us, for the players as well.
Players are already in the playing room, waiting for the arbiters.
Yeah, so the signal will be given in no
in
time.
some
I think.
seconds.
Yeah.
We are ready to start round 8.
So, well, I think the game on table 1 will have a personal arbiter from now on after what has happened in the first round. So I could see my good friend Omar Salama from Iceland being around this game. Right,
We have
one more time.
first moves.
E4, and once again Magnus goes for this provocative system with an early knight on c6, forcing white. Okay, not forcing, but inviting white to play d5, which was played, and knight goes back to b8, basically giving white 2 tempi, right?
Yeah, knight
so it's
c6,
like,
knight b8, and then you have to come again with knight to develop your pieces.
Just imagine this position, white's pawn could have been on d2. So guess what? We don't recommend to try this at home. It's well, not exactly a correct opening, even though Magnus seemingly does very well with that. Okay, so
But he likes this setup, bishop on g7, which is very
d6,
open,
c6,
and then c6, a6, b5.
No, of course it has its logic. It's not like something really weird. It's not Richard Rapport's opening in round 1 of Rapin, where we were really wondering if it's not a transmission mistake. b5 is very aggressive move. So white is offered to capture on c6. Vishy has played a3. And you know what? I mean, when your opponent goes for moves such as b5, for provocations, you really have to, accept the challenge. You really have to try to punish your opponent. Because if you react with moves like a3, I don't claim that it's a bad move. But the feeling is like your
opponent gets what he wants.
Yeah, you give something away. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Yeah, it's like, okay, you accept, no, I want to be on the safe side. And then in a couple of moves, the advantage has gone. In another couple of moves, it's already your opponent who has more comfortable position. On the other hand, I mean, if you put everything in the center like Vishy Anand did, I don't really see any chance for you to be worse. Well, actually what he does now, takes on c6 and goes e5, it looks like his position is very nice. d5, knight takes, and then there is also a possibility to swap the queens. Bishop takes e5, I guess. Magnus might want to just, take on d2, play rook fd8.
About Vishy, he has not lost any single games. He made draws.
He made only 2 draws. I mean, he dropped 1 point, essentially, so that's...
I think 2.
More or less. No, 2.
Yeah,
Exactly.
He made
we were
4
talking about
draws.
leaders. So 4 draws for Vishy out of 7 runs. So he's very solid. What can we say? Okay, rook d1, rook to c8. It's more of a Sicilian endgame now, right? Imagine some Scheveningen or maybe a Dragon Sicilian where black managed to play d5. Knight a2. Well,
White has this majority on the king side, but yet they are stopped.
C3, knight to b4. Yeah, that's something White is trying to achieve. And despite Black's dark square bishop being, well, technically better than its White's counterpart, I think Black should probably settle to swap the bishops. I mean, to somehow move the... Well, moving the knight outright here, I'm considering, like going to e4. It's not that good, right? Because
knight e4, it will be under bishop f3 pin.
Yeah, and also, I mean, just taking and giving White access to d7 square. That's what I don't like. So that White will play rook d7. Well, take on g7, play rook d7. So, what are the options? I mean, king f8 is a typical move for an endgame. The Magnus at some point had a considerable advantage on a clock, but now he tends to spend quite some time here. So it's almost equal. 1.5 minutes, well, 1.5 minutes for each. Okay, let's see what he comes up with. There is still a move like knight d5, which you probably don't like because of a pin, right?
Yeah, take on g7 and then bishop f3, which can
e6,
be e6.
e6, knight to b4, and then even a5 for Black. I think that's kind of a straightforward way to make a draw if White, of course, plays bishop f3. I mean, some rook endgame pawn down. Well,
he goes
knight
e8.
After, well, he spends a lot of time.
Maybe he wants to come knight d6.
Yes, but
no. Bishop goes g3.
Back, and now once again rook d7 is an idea. So Black has to be a little careful here. Knight back to f6. Knight back to f6. So one more time in this game, Magnus gives his opponent to tempi. Bishop e5, which he doesn't mind to repeat the position at least once, and then knight e4 is played. Knight e4 is played, so Magnus decides to play on. I'm just trying to understand what is going to happen in case of takes rook d7. I don't really see it. So the bishop will be attacked and so will be the e7 pawn. Rook d7. Why he was insisting so much on this knight c5?
Knight comes
well, and
a4
if rook
maybe.
takes, he wants to play rook d8. Yeah, king f6 first to drive the rook away and then rook d8.
Huh, interesting.
So he definitely is up to have some compensation. He's definitely up to have some compensation. He wants
rook
to play.
d2 is coming right now, knight a4 is
rook
also
d2.
possible.
But I don't really believe that White can be worse here. Well, who knows?
Look, this knight on a2 is out of the play and has no nice place to come. Before and then
knight b4, or well, c4 is a possible move as well. So now rook d2, and White
c4.
apparently is planning to take on b5 in this case. I don't
what
see.
happens after?
Yeah, pawn takes. Then it's
bishop takes?
dangerous to take with the bishop, right?
Check.
But yeah, check. You will have to play bishop f1. Maybe it's fine, you know. Yeah, bishop decides for that one.
Let's see how fine it is.
But
there's bishop d5. No, it's not.
Bishop d5.
Knight c3.
You are running on the knight c3. Well, also the time becomes a factor because Vishy is down to 16 seconds only. Magnus is on half a minute. Also, well, serious time deficit, I have to say. So far, don't see.
While we're looking to this board, there we have results on the second board. The leaders, Vachier, Karyakin, they made draw.
They made a draw, yeah, logical. So rook d2, rook to e2. Magnus is still a pawn down, so the trade of the rooks is not in his favor. He goes back to d1, knight to c3, rook to c1. Now it's a time to unpin this bishop. Well, but it's not that easy, right? f3 played by Vishy Anand. So what Magnus is supposed to do? I guess it's a5, yeah. Well, Vishy on seconds, like, well, isn't he too slow? Isn't he too slow? I'm afraid he's going to lose this one. I mean, simply because of being too slow.
The pawn is
No, he managed to increase the speed. But now 91, 94 or 93. The knight is actually trapped. The knight is actually trapped on E1. Don't quite understand what goes on here. H4.
If king
so if
H4,
the king takes
there's a
king G4.
there was rook
takes
E3,
E3.
and he was about to take it.
King G5, rook. No, there is no rook E3, but there is well, no mate, no nothing. Now rook C7 is going to happen. I mean, just look at this position. It's
crazy.
incredible what goes on here. A4, a crown move
It's
with
a
1
good
second
time
on the
to
clock.
play
Knight
A4.
G2 takes, king takes H4, and now the white king is stalemated. So white rook can become a desperado, like rook C7. You know, always checks. And I think they've agreed a draw. Did they?
Yeah.
As both smiling, laughing, and everything. I think it
I
was.
think they are laughing about taking on H4. He
I
was
don't
just
know.
about to take H4 pawn.
Ah, you mean when H4 was played?
Yeah.
Yeah. So well, Rishi was about to blunder. Yeah, that was a crazy game. What can I say? So a draw for Vishy and Magnus, a draw as well for the actual leaders, Vasiela Graf and Karyakin.
That's very unusual smile of Carlsen after
Yeah.
the game.
Could you please check the other results? It's like board 3, board 4, just to see if the leaders will be caught up. Meanwhile, we are shown the ladies section, board 1, where it's still a fight between Gunina and Zagnidze. That's the position. Well, Zagnidze is completely winning. I think he has just won. Yeah, the game is finished. So Nana Zagnidze wins to become a sole leader after 8 rounds.
Yeah, so far I don't have any results. I can't see any
No
results.
results in the men's section, right? So we'll check board 2 as well, where we had Katerina Lagno and Pia Kramling, and Pia Kramling has won. Pia Kramling has won against Katerina.
We did not see her for the
Lagno.
Rapids match, maybe not at all, but in the Blitz she's done one. Oh,
Yeah.
fine.
So checking the other games on the top board, Skorobov makes a draw against Sugirov on board 3. On board 4, Zaven Adriasyan of Armenia wins against Etienne Bakro, and he might be the one to catch up with the leaders. How many points Adriasyan had before this round?
Before it was 5.5.
5.5, so that
So
means
now he has 6.5.
6.5. Yeah, he's equal. He equals with
Here
Vachier and
we can
Karyakin.
see on the video of
It's Jobava Salem, and the game has just ended. I'm not sure how it did. Board 13. Now I'll check. Well, it ended up in. It's a draw. Yeah, it's a draw. What has happened? Salem, who was seemingly was completely winning. I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, it looks like he was completely winning, but he has played King F4 to E3. That's he has taken something on E3.
Yeah, probably.
He has taken something on E3. So the game in progress. Boris Savchenko is playing against Yu Yangi, a game right next to Jobava. That's the position. Black having 2 knights and 2 knights against white having the rook.
It's a sacrifice.
Knight d5, a brilliant move. He tries to promote the pawn.
Is there
d2, rook comes to h1, and black will be left with 2 knights only. So that's the trick, rook h1. And now he's trying, he's going to be, knight
It's
c4.
winning.
He protects the pawn with knight c4. Now d1 queen, rook takes, knight takes. Yeah, and the remaining pawn is still alive.
Yeah.
The remaining pawn is still alive, so Yu Yangi wins his game against Boris Savchenko. Anything else we should check? Peter Svetla is back to the leading group. Just let me see how Peter has played. He has won against Faruk Amonatov. Yet another game, so coming back to the leading group. On the board 5, we had Andrei Yesipenko, who played against Alexander Grishuk, and Yesipenko has won. So he will be playing in the next round somewhere around the very top board. That's impressive. So Andrei Yesipenko in the rapid, he managed to beat Karyakin in style, and here he has won against Alexander Grishuk.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
that will be it. Yeah.
all the games are over.
I think
And the
that's
arbiters
it.
are getting for their next round.
It's a huge tie, at least 4 people, I think, for the first place in the men's section.
I can see, yeah, 5.
Yeah, and even 5. Yeah, 5 people tied for the first place in the men's section with 6.5 out of 8, while in the ladies section it's Zagnidze alone who is leading with 7
points.
out of 8, plus 5 already.
Followed Kramling.
Plus 6 already.
6.5 points.
Okay, so next round will start in 15 minutes, round number 10. Don't go away, stay with us.
Somebody here to make sure that you don't look for any transport food. Then you're fine. So I have no problem with you coming. Okay? I'll bring you more. Not a problem whatsoever. Thank you. always makes us to PO and it targets people.
Before the start of the 9th round, there is an announcement about your departures. Please see the departure schedule for everyone. It will be outside of the playing hall. The departure schedule is on the board outside, so for those who have early flights on 30th of December evenings or early in the morning of 31st of December, please check out from your hotel before coming to the playing hall and bring your luggage with you. Your luggage will be kept in respective buses or in an area here in the building. The departure schedule will be emailed to everybody. Okay, let's start the 9th round. Good luck to your games. Please start your clocks.
Oh, welcome back everyone. So 3 rounds to go, right? It's round number 9 and we once again cover the game of Magnus Carlsen. This time it's Magnus.
He faced Grigorian.
Sergei Gregorians from Russia. Yeah.
Right.
And no London system this time. So d4, and then, or was it c4? Looks like an English opening to me, or something really weird. How come this queen was on d4? Really,
it was c4.
C4,
e5, knight f3.
Knight f3?
Knight c3, sorry, knight c3, knight f6. e3 and bishop e4 it was.
Okay. Okay, so what do we have now? I mean, it actually looks like one of those, interesting enough, one of those positions from Budapest Gambit. When after d4, knight f6, c4, black plays e5. And there is one very solid line for white, where white doesn't really try to keep the extra pawn, but gives knight h3, knight f4. So this time knight went to f4 via e2, but still looks like a very nice position. White controls the d5 square, that's important.
Right.
And last move, knight h5, it's also about d5 square, so he wants to exchange not the knight from g6, but the knight from f6. The knight which supports black's d7, d5. Bishop takes, d6, now Magnus is going to castle. Well, a position with slight pressure for white, I would say.
Where this, yeah, okay. It goes on b2. I was asking about the bishop on c1. It goes on
so
b2
b3,
probably.
Bishop will go to b2. Well, honestly, I don't really think it's such a problematic position for black. I mean, after all, he has all the pieces fine, right? Bishop goes to f6 now. White has to play bishop
And
b2.
d5.
It's a pin, right? And then d5. d5.
It's about the pin, I think. Now bishop can take on d5 and knight can take on d5
Yeah,
because
that's
bishop
the
b2.
bishop takes. Okay. Now we are talking. Bishop takes. Black no longer has any issues. And it feels like it's white. Yeah, queen c2. Like this move. So defending the bishop on b2. Defended the bishop on b2. Oh, Magnus was threatening to take on d5 once again. In his hands, a pair of bishops is the real thing. So it's not for nothing. I call knight takes d5 a threat. Yeah, bishop comes back to e2. And well, it's very good. The opening went perfect for black. I mean, the position is nice, but you have to make moves. You have to come up with some sort of a plan. And well, there is one advantage for Magnus that is clear. It's an extra minute on his clock, right?
All right.
Maybe the position is equal, but
time is very
still
important in the Blitz.
You have to play, and we've seen like you know, the very best of positions being spoiled in the time trouble.
All the seconds, right?
In time trouble. Well, you know what? We have to keep an eye on the second board as well, because we've been concentrating on Magnus Carlsen, but you know what happens on the second board? It's Karyakin against Yosipenko.
Yeah.
So the same two, the same color, and you know, those of you who were watching the rapid portion, obviously Queen b3 from Yosipenko was, you know, like a really a mind blower move. Like wow. So I'm wondering what's going to be the result. I believe Karyakin is furious. He's looking for a revenge. What's that? I mean, youngster beating me in such a, you know, in such a way. Okay, so what happens there? So far as I can only see that black spends time and he doesn't seem to improve his position.
He's forced to play rook a7 if he doesn't want to give up this a5 pawn.
Oh, so far b3 is hanging, so theoretically he can go rook b8. Neither of those moves is that pleasant, right? So he ended up playing rook a7. Now white apparently will try to fight for d-file with one of the rooks going...
What do you think about b4?
Yeah, b4, but yeah, what I don't like
to
about...
get the a file.
Yeah, I understand, but what I don't like about b4 that you actually help this rook from a7, the rook which is out of play, you help it to be exchanged. Yeah. Yes, so that's why I thought maybe you go rook d1 and you try, you know, you kind of try to use the fact that the rook is stuck on a7.
h6 is a prophylactic
h6,
move.
well, now the question is if you take on d8 or do something else. And by something else, yeah, I actually meant a move like bishop c4 maybe. Once again, trying to change the structure, because now with knight on b6, the rook is really stuck there on a7.
In case of black taking on c4, does white wants to take with the pawn?
I think the pawn takes.
And then
that's
c5.
That's what I thought. The pawn takes, then c5, trying to lock this rook forever on a7. Well,
Again, out of nothing. He can get...
no, he takes with
Knight
the
e4.
knight.
No,
Takes with the
A5
knight.
pawn is hanging.
It's a pressure on a5 pawns, and Magnus doesn't like, doesn't like to create pawn weaknesses, even though it looked very attractive to me.
For me too.
Yeah, well, now still white is, I'd say white is somewhat better, but it's not
Let's see.
that visible anymore. So rook comes back to 8. Rook comes back to 8. A4. So now A5
this
is,
weakness on
A5 is weak
A5.
forever. But black can play knight e7, try to get this knight to e4 to B5. What's B5?
Take on
He's-
d8. Queen
Yeah,
should
that's
take on
surprising.
d8.
Queen takes, A takes, C takes. White is winning a pawn like that. Knight takes A5. White is a pawn up. Queen
It was
D5.
a poor blunder, I think.
No, just look. He's on like 3 seconds, so he's trying to
Ah.
create some counterplay. Actually, Queen D5, Knight H4 I kind of like because the knight is stuck, And now what do you do? F3, it's Queen G5. I think once again Magnus has blundered something.
Then okay too.
But
And then F3 is hanging.
he has blundered the whole thing. Rook A2, Knight F3 check. King goes Knight E5. Now it's black who is better. It's black who is better. Magnus has limited time on his clock. And Rook D5 allowing... Well, first of all, it's a draw already with the check and Knight F3. So he... no, it's not a draw. The Rook on D5 is lost. So he has to play King G3. Otherwise, he's losing. Knight to G5. And look at this knight, which is still stuck on A5. Queen takes B4 now. The knight is attacked. Knight C6. At least the knight is coming back to business. Knight C6. Now he can trade and take on B5, and he's already out of danger. He can trade and take on B5.
But look at the clock. It's 4 seconds only for
4
black.
seconds for Grigorian. So he's really
Rook
pushing
D8.
it. Rook D8. Queen takes a Knight E7. That's what Magnus is planning to do. Knight E7
It's a
threatening
mate in
mate.
one.
And 3, 2, 1. Queen E5 check. King goes back. Check. It's a perpetual, I guess. I guess it's a perpetual, even though Magnus seemingly is trying to run away. He's trying to run away, but this is a risky business indeed. Check, and what do you do now? I mean, you have to avoid checks with the knight, because then Knight E4 check, and and the knight is just coming back to F6.
No, it's draw.
He really has to accept this draw. Really has to accept this draw, Magnus. King G1, check from A1, yeah, and we've seen that already. Yeah, check from E5, and it's a draw for Magnus Carlsen and Sergei Grigorians. I'm immediately switching to board 2 just to see what happens there.
already won.
Karyakin has already won by mating Yosipenko's
very
king.
nice
I'm
mate.
not sure if it was... well, not exactly mate, right? There is Knight G8, but he's winning tons of material. He's
Rook
winning
on
tons of
C5.
material. The game on... I'm not sure what
Female.
board it is. In the
It's
female section, it's board 2 must be.
Yeah, second. Board
Must-
1, Crumling managed to win Zagnita.
So, Krumling is one of the leaders, I'm sure.
Yeah,
That-
7.5
or
points.
sole
Sole
leader.
leader,
Yeah, the
sole
sole leader.
leader.
So Zagnitsa had 7, Krumling was the only on 6.5. And since Krumling has won, she's the sole leader. Well, and someone in this game has lost on time. White has lost on time here.
And they just saw it.
Also
they
the
were
position,
playing.
right? Also the position, because
Yeah.
the knight on F6 is lost. So
White
Valentina
was-
Gunina wins against
Yeah.
Alexandra Goryachkina. How many points Gunina has?
Already 7.
7, and no draws for her. That's I'm sure. She has lost 2 and she has won 7. Well,
She
then
lost to you with
That's-
Georgians.
2
both
games
games
against the
with
Georgian players.
Georgians.
Board 8 in the men's section. It's 1 how. That's I'm sure, with the black pieces against Ivan Cheparinov, and the game has just finished. The game has just finished, I guess. What was that?
What was that?
It's a draw. It's actually a nice fortress in the end. Can't see it. It's board 4. White has an extra queen. Well, King E4 of course couldn't be the last move, right? King E4 cannot be the last move. So Rook is stable on E6, and
the
White
just
can't.
king moves.
White can't make progress, right? So King is moving here and there. It's board 6.
What is this? Is it Ding
Ding Li
Liren?
ran against Sugirov. Sugirov, to remind you, is the player who managed to defeat Sergei Karyakin.
He was one of the leaders.
Yep.
He is still.
Rook b7, just look what happens. Now it's rook up for white, but you don't know if this king can escape. I mean, it's way too many checks. Check here, and then check from d5. King a7, it does
now.
run away. It does run away, yeah. Rook a6, queen to b6. No, I mean, it has to be the way to do it. Queen from f2. Well, actually, he still continues with these checks. Queen g8 will be... Oh, well, queen h2, queen c7. Check from here.
King... Where? B
Where to go?
7.
Queen
No,
c8, okay. Check from e5. Queen c7, check from h8. King b7, okay. Then queen on c6.
You know, you go closer to the king and then you check.
h7, and now you go... Well, king a6 was winning. King a6 was winning immediately. But this is also, I mean, this has to be winning. Check from there. Now it's check from g7. Check from g7, queen c7, no more checks, no stalemate. Queen d4, but
now it starts white's checks.
Now white starts with checks. Still in progress though. Still in progress though, and since they're both on seconds, you know, still there is a glimpse of hope. There is still a glimpse of hope for black. Check, yeah, and now this mechanism is rook f5, queen g6, rook h5. That's well known. That's well known. It's made, well, once again, a very long game, 105 moves.
Too many 100 moves in the Blitz.
I think in every single round we have a game which crosses 100 moves mark, so which is not necessarily the reflection of quality of the play. So what's the situation after round 9, which has practically finished? So Carson slowed down.
Vachier, Karyakin and Lee have 7.5 points out of 9 and leading.
So Vachier, Karyakin and Lee Kwang-Liam?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there have been a lot of draws, that means. In the ladies section we've got a new leader, which is Pia Kramling from Sweden. We've got an interview, I'm informed, followed by a lot of players. We will see you guys. I think we see you guys after the break. So it's interview, a break then, and round 10 to follow.
Grandmaster from United Arab Emirates, Salim Al Sayyed, here with me now. He just won a game against actually his trainer.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how is it going for you so far, the tournament and let's say this game?
Okay, the tournament generally is of course very interesting and very dramatic. Yeah, there were a lot of ups and downs. So now I won, I think, 2 games in a row. I lost earlier, so it's interesting, of course. Some games I played well and some not. Hopefully I will continue better. So now I am in a good place, I guess. So I hope I will play better.
I'm sure you played many Blitz games before this tournament with your coach, Bartosz. And I mean, what was the result before this event?
Okay, we play almost every day with Bartosz, not less than 12 games. So, okay, it's impossible to give you any result, but okay, I think it's around even. You know, sometimes I win, sometimes he wins. So, but like on official terms, I have +1 lead now against him. So
that's for sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now you can tease him about it.
Yes, because actually he was on +1 in Berlin. He won against me in Blitz, and then now I won 2 games in a row. So hopefully to increase the margin.
That's nice. How was the Rapid tournament? How did you like it to be here also?
The Rapid tournament, I finished with +1. So it was 7.5, I think. Or how much is +1?
I think 8.
8. Okay, I expected more. Of course, I'm always like ambitious, but I don't know if it was objective. I played before in Berlin. I played quite well actually in the Rapid, and last year in Doha I played well in Blitz. But you know, the other times were just the vice versa. So the Rapid here. Okay, as I said, it's not that great, but okay, some interesting games. At least I won some nice games that I am proud of.
Which one you can mention?
Okay, generally the wide games that I won, it was a lot of sacrifices. So many of them. Okay, I won against Bakro, interesting game. I won against Ponomaryov. Okay, this was with black actually. All the games that I won are actually interesting. The games that I lost, don't look at it.
Yeah.
And generally, of course, that the tournament happens here, I'm very happy for the organization and for Saudi Arabia, because okay, it's a very huge event, and hopefully, you know, there will be more players in future, and okay, they will get a lot of experience in this tournament, like play-wise and organization-wise. So it's really great. I like the hotel, the playing hall especially. It's really beautiful.
Is it your first time in Saudi Arabia?
No, I have been, but first time in Riyadh.
Ah, interesting. Okay, I got the idea. Have you seen something here in Riyadh? Did you have a chance?
I didn't have chance yet. I'm not traveling tomorrow, so I will have half a day to look at whatever I can do. So I will have a look. I will try to have a look somewhere.
Great plan, and we wish you good luck in the next rounds.
Thank you very much.
Those of you who are new to chess, it might look like ba3 is an illegal move here, because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's still something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move, like let's say play king e7, king g2. And now
这是个吉他。
We're back. It is round 10 at World Blitz Championship. We can see that all the players are already on the boards, and we are waiting for the game to start in a second. Here we can see the top boards. We have the same leaders as we had the previous game. It is Karyakin and Vashe with 7.5 points. Followed with many players, and on the boards 2, Karyakin faced Swidler Peter.
Oh, so Swidler Karyakin. Oh, that's incredible. That's the, well, finalist of one of the World Cups, of recent World Cups, World Cup 2015 in Baku, where Karyakin won a thrilling match.
We have already first moves.
So once again we follow Magnus Carlsen. His game against Hrant Melkumian, and Melkumian went for exchange Slav. Is he trying to make a draw? I don't really think so. I mean, you don't make draw easily in Blitz, even in the, you know, the most seen safest variations.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. So, well, in exchange Slav with a6, the bishop went to g4. I think black's position is just fine. Well, and I thought black usually takes on f3. But Magnus seems to be, once again, values his bishops. Yeah, values his bishops a great deal. Queen b3, but what do you do here? That's the important question, because I'm afraid he will have to play. Ah, no, there is knight a5.
Knight a5 coming to
a5, yeah, because
after b5.
In some positions, I mean, here knight a5 is fine, but in some positions you have to make this ugly-looking move, rook a7.
But he takes his time. He's not going to play maybe
So there is
any more knight a5.
Yeah,
There's something probably.
There is a problem
He
apparently
dislikes.
with knight a5. Not sure what is
Queen
the
b6.
Queen b6. Ah, with knight being on d7, indeed it's possible to go queen b6. So, well, will the queens be traded? Will we once again
In that
see...
case, it's okay. I think knight can come on c4 nicely.
Yeah, no, I mean, just will we see once again, you know, this magic in the endgame by Magnus Carlsen? Knight a4 is another option. I mean, you do double your pawns with knight a4, but I know, knight to d2. To swap as many guys as possible. Bishop takes on e2.
Knight takes.
I guess queen... No, you don't want to take on b3.
Maybe castle.
Strangely. No,
Oh,
he takes. He takes, well, knight takes apparently, and f6.
He's preparing e5 at some moment.
e5 is a possibility. King f7, so, well, f6, king f7 is kind of more comfortable than the castle, because the king is closer, right?
Yeah,
f6,
he's in the center. He needs to keep the king in the center, as well as it's already the end game.
Yep, knight goes to b6 to c4, and then the other thing what g7 pawn does is, you know, supports g5, f6 pawn, supports g5, h5. At some point, black might want to get some space on the king side as well. Knight goes to c4, right, blocking the c file. It's kind of awkward for white to, you know, to try to push this knight away, because, well, for this you have to prepare b3, and how do you prepare b3? Ah, g5, declining knight f4. So bishop g3 was with the idea to, you know, to put this knight via
Black
f4,
gets a lot of space in the both side.
Yeah, actually, I think psychological initiative is already on Magnus's side, right? So, well, while position might still be around equal, but yeah, it's clear that his opponent is not, let's say, not entirely comfortable. So, well, which brings me back to this idea that apparently he wanted to make a draw. You know, apparently he went for this line trying to make a draw, okay.
Which never works.
Well, which practically never works, yeah.
He plays e4 and uses the fact that knight on c4 is under the pressure.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm informed that Peter Svidler and Sergei Karyakin has finished their game. It was a draw, which keeps Karyakin in the lead. And can he be caught? I think it was Svidler and... who else? Andreasyan? Or... I mean, it's like Karyakin was on 7.5, right? And then there were 2 players on 7. Or I'm confusing something.
No, more.
Ah, no, Vashiela Graf is as well. Vashiela Graf has a lot of... so there were 2 leaders, yeah. There were 2 leaders, Karyakin and Vashiela Graf. So if Vashiela Graf wins, he will be in front of Karyakin. It's board 3 we are talking about. But let's go back to Magnus. Now he has already almost 1 extra minute. Yeah, now it will be exactly 1 extra minute. Bishop e5 played by his opponent. So Magnus has offered a pawn. He's offered a pawn. Black can take on e5 twice, but this will allow white to activate nearly all of his pieces. So a5, and once again, I like the move.
f4.
f4. f4 supporting the bishop on e5. Now a4 was played, knight goes to d2, knight goes to a5. But white gets, this way white gets a stronghold as well. So the bishop on e5 supported with 2 pawns. Not a bad piece, one has to agree.
Yeah, also controls b8 square for the rook after b4.
Ah, you mean, so it's like
like
rook
maybe
b8
it's this,
before is
yeah,
not
file
really an
folder.
issue, right? Knight
Why?
takes c4. Now you're... I know, that's surprising because I
thought b takes.
Yeah, I
C.
thought b takes is kind of a natural reply, but well, for us, but not for Magnus, who decides that he wants his knight to be...
Knight c3 is a good move. It's
Knight c3?
attacks on b5 and
Yeah.
g5 at the same
It's
time.
a very annoying move, in fact, because you don't have rook b8. That's the problem.
k5, not working because of bishop c7.
Well, what do you do? Yeah, well, maybe our move to take on c4 with the pawn, with the
It's
b
possible
pawn.
to play b4 here.
b4, but then the knight on c4 is no longer protected, so knight d5 becomes an issue. I mean, in some positions. Rook to a7.
What's that?
So now the pawn can be taken. Knight takes b5. Rook b7. He's gonna take on b2. a3 is hanging as well. Oh, well, that's tricky. That's tricky. Rook b1, rook to c8. Pin and then a counter pin. Ah, well, still.
Interesting.
So now b2, he takes b2, he takes c3, rook to b7, pinning this bishop, and
King is
will his king run away? That's the question. Will his king run away? Check on b6, check on b7. He has rook c8 still. Ah, well, that was this check was not needed. Rook to a4. Now d5 is hanging on the other hand. So black can take f4.
Black can take
Or-
on e3.
Well, he comes back with the rook. Comes back with the rook. That means after rook b8, the position will be repeated one more time. Rook d5 check. So now white wants to play for win. King to c8, gf5, rook a3, rook a5. Yeah, rook behind the pass pawn. That's what you have to do. That's what you have to do. And then the d pawn is
G5.
marching. Well, it can be anything. What can I say? It can be absolutely anything in this game. Bishop e3 check. King goes to f1. Immediately
E2.
cut by this rook from a2. The d pawn. Yeah, you have to
Gets
stop the d
very,
pawn.
very dangerous.
You have to stop the d pawn. And probably he will, right? Rook to a6. What's rook a6? a2, rook a3, f4 is...
Bishop
f4 is a...
F4? Bishop
Ah, the
f4?
bishop f4.
No, rook takes
there was rook
f4.
f4.
Yeah.
There was rook f4. No, that's the only thing you can do, in fact. Bishop b4 check. Ah, well, that was blundered by Melkumian, so now I believe... Now I believe it's a problem for him.
The
King
plan
d2,
is to
bishop
take on
b4.
d6.
Bishop b4, simply take on d6. It's an extra pawn, and king is coming to e6, bishop is
And
coming
pawn
to
is too
e5.
far on
That's
e2.
done. Yeah, it's done. Bishop e5, king e5, yeah, and you're... No way
Too
you'll be in
far,
time.
yes, and hand check.
No way you'll be in time. So, well, the game which had a couple of twists, you know. So,
Boards
well,
2 and 3
a
draws.
draw, yeah, that's we've already... Ah, well, no, but board 3 I had no idea. It's a draw as
it's
well,
draw.
yeah? It's a draw as well. So Vashier and Andreasen, they made a draw. That keeps both Vashier and Karyakin in the lead. And they might be caught up by the plays on fourth board, maybe. So Liek Wang against Kravtsev. Is it still in progress? I'm checking. Yeah, it is. I'm not sure if we can get a camera here. Yeah, they are playing. So that's the position. As I've mentioned, Liek Wang Liam is former World Blitz champion. Well, I like his position, but... Ah, well, rook f3, he just blundered. After I said I like his position, he has just blundered this... Knight e5. Knight to a3. What's that? Knight f3, knight c4. Well, they are playing on second, so... Can't really follow this game. Yeah, well, now looks like a draw, most likely. I mean, looks like a draw. It's a pawn up, but, you know, the pawn is blocked. Ah, well. Ah, well. White is... No, white is in time. White is in time. I don't see white losing this one. I mean, the knight on c5 is simply too solid. Lot of jumping. Knight e4 check. Well, he has to trade, but now it's knight c4 and knight is put on a3. Or knight d6. Well, was
King comes on e3
yeah,
and takes
king
on
is a bit
e4.
too far, right? Check on c4 and king comes back to e3. Bishop attacks, knight d2, keeping an eye on b3 square. No, that's got to be a draw. Knight takes, or white is going to try to play. Yeah, because now white king is coming to d6.
Yeah, but how?
Doesn't really make sense to me, but because how can you win with a4 being that weak? How can you win this one? How can you win this one? Your a4 pawn is simply too weak. Yeah, I guess it's got to be a draw. What he's trying to do? Well, to put the king on b8, apparently. To put the king on b8, then to give some check from d7, but it still doesn't really help. Yeah, the feeling is like if you'll be pushing too much, you might as well lose. No, you can't. You can't lose as well.
There are
you
no
can't win
lose.
and you can't lose. You can't lose, but now the king is locked, in fact. Knight d6, bishop to e6, and then bishop to b3, and he is lucky to still have this knight e4, knight c5.
No, it's draw.
It's a draw, even though they continue playing. Are they the only players who can catch up with Karyakin and Vasiliograf?
Yeah.
So 8 out of 10, right? For both for Karyakin and Vasiliograf. Well, quite a lot of players on 7.5. Now wait, like Wanyama is still playing. So if he wins, he can have even more points. Is that right?
He can have not anymore, but he could have
it's a draw. So it's a tie, right? It's not only...
Yeah, 3 people are...
3 people.
Sharing. In female section?
Right, what's in the ladies section? What do we have?
Oh, we have 1-0 on the first 4 boards.
So...
Crumling
wins again.
And she has 8.5.
Crumling is on 8.5.
As well as Gunina and Zagnza managed to win, and they follow her with 8 points.
No, but Crumling, just look, I mean, yeah, Crumling being a leader in the Blitz. That's impressive. All the credit to Pia Crumling. So, it was a thrilling round. Magnus Carlsen managed to win. He's still behind the leaders.
Yes.
He's still behind the leaders.
So one more round for today.
One more round for today. And I personally, I hope tomorrow we will see that the moment will come where Magnus Carlsen will be on the first board and he will be the leader, you know, because yeah, it feels a bit silly, even though in the second board between Karyakin and Swidler it looks like not much was going on anyway. Right, please stay tuned. We have one more round.
Yeah,
one more round
minutes.
to come. In some 10-15 minutes, the last round for today, round 11, is going to be started.
We have former world champion Alexandra Kosenyuk here with us. Alexandra, how is it going for you so far? First of all, Rapid, now Blitz.
Well, it's not going very easy, but you know, things can change very fast in Rapid and Blitz, so it's all about concentration, and when you lose it, it pays off immediately.
What about today? How is it going?
Well, I had a very difficult middle day, but now I'm doing fine, but the last rounds are very important. So one more round to go. Hopefully, I will finish with a good result.
What do you think about the organization? You've been playing to so many events, and I'm sure it's your first time with Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, well, the organization is excellent. I cannot, say anything bad. So the organizers are really doing a great job. Especially, I think it's the first such big event for Saudi Arabia, and so far so good.
Do you think it's important point for for the development of chess here in Saudi Arabia and Middle East?
Yeah, let's hope so. We'll see, and hopefully we'll see many more young players who will join. The chess in Saudi Arabia after this tournament.
Did you have any experience to speak with the local fans? Because we see many people here around in this area.
Well, during the tournament, I'm not a very friendly person, so I'm trying to keep focus because I have problems with concentration. So yeah, I've been asked actually to take photos, and usually I refuse. So hopefully after tomorrow I'll take many more photos.
And the last question is about dress code. It's the first time we have dress code here in the event. And what do you think about it? And what do you think about the fact there is no need to wear hijab and abaya?
Well, I think it's wonderful. Because I played in Iran at the beginning of this year, and it was not that comfortable. And I believe, in freedom and free choice. So you should be able to do whatever is more comfortable for you, especially with such high-level chess event. So I think that's one of the very important steps from the organizers that they made for women, and it shows, I think, a lot of good for women in this country, that the organizers are willing to welcome women all over the world with their religion, with whatever is more comfortable for them.
Thank you very much for your comment, and we wish you good luck in the next round. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. World Blitz Championship Day 1 is coming to an end. So only one round left out
Round
of
10.
11. Yeah, 11.
Oh, 11.
11. Yeah,
Ah.
it's 11. Yeah. Today it's 11 round, and tomorrow it's going to be 10. So today it's a last round for today. Let's check the pairings. Let's check the standings a little bit. Once again,
still two leaders.
two leaders.
Karyakin and Vashi already in 3 rounds in a row.
So 8 points for both of them. And how about Lekwang Liam? So he's on. I thought Lekwang Liam had like.
Yeah, where is he?
Yeah, so something strange, because I thought he had like
he
8
lost?
games, 8 points.
Check.
But yeah, let's check what is happening. His last
Draw.
draw. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it's Karyakin and Vashia on 8 out of 10, right? 8 out of 10, sharing the first place. They've already made the draw against each other, so that means they are playing with some other players. Karyakin will play with Zaven Adriasyan from Armenia, while Maxim Vashilegram faces Peter Swidler.
Yeah.
Swidler having the black pieces. On the top board, we once again have Magnus Carlsen. How many points Carlsen has?
Right now he has 7 points.
7. So 1 point behind the leaders. Magnus Carlsen will play with Yu Yang-yi. Not that he has an easy pairing. Not that he has an easy pairing. Not at all. Right. In the ladies section,
In
we
female
have
section, 8.5 points. Pia
for
Kramling
Pia Kramling, the
is
sole
leading.
leader, with
Followed by Gunina and Zagnze with 8 points. And we can see first moves on the video.
So a Sicilian was played, but we are coming back to Carlsen and Yu Yang-yi. But Carlsen went for a Vienna game. E4, E5, Knight C3. What is that? Knight C3, black plays Knight C6. Now Bishop C4, even an F2, F4 is the move. I don't believe don't believe Magnus Carlsen will play this. Well, he plays. Well, that's a fantastic line. Knight f3 and then g5. Please go g5, because this practically forces white to sacrifice the piece. There is a fantastically entertaining line. g5, d4, g4. No. Well, that's a very modest move. I mean, white should be fine after that, after bishop b4. And by fine, I actually mean better. Like good old times coming back, and I was really expecting like black to go g5, you know. Well, so it's more or less a king's gambit, right? With the inclusion of knight c3 and knight c6. Yeah, and if not in Blitz, then where do you play the king's gambit? Yeah, bishop b4 wasn't such a brilliant move. Bishop to a5. Now white can develop bishop to c4. Castle short. Oh, well, he goes for c3, which is, well, another move which makes a lot of sense.
But I was about to play knight.
Knight e7 or f6.
From somewhere back.
g7 or knight f6.
Then he took his hands back.
Knight g to e7. Okay, white can take f4 with the knight. White can play d4, d4. All right. So now, the point is, if black...
What happens if knight d5? Knight d5, he takes d5 and knight
e7. I guess d6 is what Magnus is planning to play. It's like getting some... I mean, if black takes, then bishop f4, and white certainly is going to have some compensation.
Castle.
Well, castle's played. Now, once again, it's a big question. Do you want to take on f4 with the
knight or bishop?
Or the bishop. Well, obviously you would prefer the bishop, but once again, you have to make sure what happens after knight d5, pawn takes knight e7. Well,
he's taking a little time and takes with a knight on f4.
He takes with the knight, yeah. So now, once again, a question for black. d5 or not d5? Because d6 is another option. But
it allows white to control the center. d5 we have.
d5, yeah.
e5 probably. e5 from white. No, bishop d3.
So he wants to keep it as is. Now if black takes on e4, he takes with the bishop, makes castle quickly, and tries to claim that he has, I mean, he has some use to this f file open, yeah. Well, bishop on a5 is, well, bishop on a5 and as well as knight on c6 are somewhat out of play. Now that's a tricky thing. No, not anymore. I thought, yeah, the pawn on d4 was hanging, but yeah, castle, bishop b6, king h1.
Looks natural move here.
King h1, yeah, like first thing you look at, or queen d3, bishop d2. That's the other thing. Queen d3, bishop to d2, rook to e1. Yeah, well, unorthodox opening, what to say. And it's not a surprise black is not ready for this one. Knight e7, g4. Oh, well, that's a brave move, g4. Knight to d6, knight g5. Yeah, threatening mate in one. Why not? Threatening mate in one. And, you know, like, game can be finished in no time. Knight g6, now h6 loses to queen h3. Queen h3, and that's it. So he has to take with f-pawn, and then white simply has a better structure. Bishop to d2.
Like extra pawn on d.
Yeah, almost an extra pawn. Bishop to d2, queen d7. Well, he has some weaknesses as well.
Yeah, this g pawn is too far.
h3, and now h6 followed by h5, or an immediate h5. I know.
h5 g6 is hung, yeah.
That's super stupid.
Maybe some c5. What do you think? Yeah, c5. Because this king, white king is pretty open.
c5, well, you probably take with white. That's what I thought, at least.
Because if d5, there is a c4. Yeah, very nice, very small
d5, d5, it's not the move you want to play. So most likely you take, and after bishop c5, it depends if you have a safe square. Maybe that's the problem. So that the black takes on c5 with the check, and then he has queen c6 if the king goes on light square. Even though it's possible to play king h2, maybe. That's like to take on c5 to play king h2. That's the first moment in this game where Magnus goes below on the clock. He takes a check, king h2. Right. That's correct. So almost upper pawn, right?
Yeah, then I think bishop f4, bishop g3 is needed to have this piece
some
near,
protectors
close to
around
the
the king. Yeah. But yeah, first black has to take care of queen d5 check, knight e6 after queen c6 follows. Once again, wants to grab the bishop. Attacks the rook on f8 as well as the bishop on c5. Wants to take the bishop, and who can blame him? That's a really, really dangerous piece. Rook f1, rook f1. Knight goes to e4, knight takes on c5. That's the position where black can consider taking d2. Black can consider taking on d2. Yeah, that's what he does.
D2,
and rook on f1 is hanging with a check. Therefore, white is, I believe, forced to take on d2. Right, and with king being as open as it is in our position, I don't really think white is playing for a win. You know what? I mean, one of the moves would be just to play h6. Yeah, that's what he does. I mean, for Blitz, it's a very...
To secure the king's
I mean,
position.
now it looks like white has check on f7 and takes b7, right? An extra pawn. But with king being that open, I don't really think white is better. Yeah, it's just like you go rook e8 with black. And actually, if any side is... Well, queen e4, but it's pretty much the same. You just go king h7. You have queen c6 as well. Queen b6. Okay.
Attacking on b2.
Queen b6. Attacking b2, covering both pawns. I'm afraid now Magnus will have the same position, just he won't have an extra pawn anymore. Queen e2, okay, rook somewhere, d8, yeah, rook to d8. Then you might want to play king h7 as well, just in case. Yeah, king h7, very practical decisions. So without much of calculation.
King f, rook f, queen c6.
Queen c6, pinning the rook. Yeah, that's one of those positions which are objectively equal. But it's tougher to play with white, who has the weaker king. Now you lift the rook, like say to d6, you're planning for queen d7 maybe, a5, a4, right, making sure those pawns are not moving anywhere. And as I said, every single move takes white some time to decide on. Well, rook d4 doesn't seem to be a bad thing to do. Queen to e8, now
wants to come rook e1. Or rook e2.
Yeah, rook e1 or rook e2. Kind of a double attack. King f1.
Only move,
Magnus
probably, not to
keeps,
allow rook to come on e-file.
Still keeps everything protected. Well, but how about rook e3? Because now h3 is hanging, and as well, if you move the white rook, and how about queen e4? Queen e4. Queen e4. Black is completely winning.
Oh
Black
my
is completely
god!
winning.
Oh
yeah.
my god!
Yeah, but I mean, he was very low on time, but as well after queen e4, it was no way to escape. So Yu Yang-gi wins against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus is pushed back. He finishes on 7 out of 11, +3. But this is not the score he was expecting. It's not the score anyone would expect. Anyone would expect from Magnus Carlsen. That's board 2. That means on board 1 we probably have a result. Could you please check what was the result, Keti? On board 1 we had Kostyniuk and Kramling. On board 2 it's Lagno and Gunina playing each other. Gunina having an extra pawn in the rook and pawn endgame with no realistic chance to win on the board. I mean, you still can win with, you know, with the help of a time trouble from your opponent, but there is no realistic chance to win such thing on the board. Yeah, and I mean, in some positions, you really, really have to be careful with what you are doing. But
Kramling won again.
Kramling won again.
Alexandra.
So Kostyniuk, Kramling, it's 0-1. Yeah. Well, I actually don't know what Lagno is doing, but now she will end up. Yeah, now King is coming to G4. And now the problem. Yeah, I think she just lost it. Rook B8. Now it's a check from A2 first. Check from A2 first.
No king or H3.
So yeah, there is no king H3. You have to go to first rank and then it's king G4.
Yeah. Strange.
Then it's king G4. Well, this will go on and on. I think we have an interview with the current leader, Sergei Karyakin. So, well, let's check this one out, and we will come back just to see if some games are still in progress.
have Sergei Karyakin here with us. He is the leader of the first day of Blitz. How is it going for you so far?
Well, so far it's very nice, of course, and I'm very happy. But I understand very well that there are still 10 rounds to play, and so I will not be very optimistic before the end of the tournament. Just I know that I have to keep going and not to think too much about the tournament situation.
It's coming from your experience, let's say previous experience.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you can never relax in such a tournament because in Blitz you can easily lose once you lose the concentration. You can lose the game, so you have to be very careful.
Which games was the most interesting of today?
I don't know. I think the game against Yesipenko was interesting, and I was also happy that I won against him because after the rapid game, I mean, it was a total disaster. But now at least okay, I won a game and it's fine.
Somehow, do you feel that he is now in the same situation like you were many years ago, like 10 years ago, when you were trying to beat some grandmasters, and it was not easy for them to play against you?
Yeah, I think so, because 10 years ago I was laughing on these grandmasters, and I felt very confident. I felt great, but now I'm more experienced, and now I understand that it's not easy at all to play against young talents. But we still can learn from Vishy how he does it, and yeah, he's great.
Were you surprised with his result yesterday?
Well, basically not, because he was one of the leaders, and it was clear that he had good chances to win. But still, I was very impressed.
Yeah. And the last question: what do you think about organization in general here?
Generally, I like it very much. The only thing I didn't like was yesterday that we had to spend a lot of time on this dinner, and it was some music, and we went to the hotel at 1 o'clock, and it was a bit late, but probably I should not complain too much after my today's
result.
Yeah.
Normally you come home earlier, you want to say?
Yeah, I mean, if I go at my room at 9 o'clock, it's much better than at 1. So.
Okay, Sergei, thank you very much for the interview. All the best for tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, so we are back, but just for a very short time. The game we were looking at, Gunina and Lagnov, finished in a draw, as most of the games in the leading group. So
yeah.
After day one, what do we have?
In open section, we have 2 people with 9 points leading the tournament, and those are Karyakin and Lekwan Lim.
No, once again, it's wrong. It must be wrong because...
He won.
Who won? Karyakin has won, he's on 9, but Lekwan Gliam, I think there is some mistake because he can. I mean, he was paired at board 6, so it must be some mistake with board points, with his points. So I think it's Karyakin. If we are fair, it's Karyakin in the lead, and it looks like Maxim Vashiela-Graf has the clear second with 8.5.
With 8.5.
And quite a lot of players on 8 points. Yes,
yeah.
And in the ladies section, incredible performance of Pia
9.5.
9.5 out of 11.
Point ahead of
entire field. Yeah.
Yeah.
But of course, 10 rounds tomorrow, anything can happen. So we are waiting for you guys to join us tomorrow, 2 p.m. local time. Yeah. And the one last thing, don't go away, because now you'll have an interview with the leader in the female section. With Pia Kramling. Thanks for watching, but please, before you turn the screen off, watch the interview.
The first day of the King Salman Blitz World Championship here in Riyadh has concluded. Grandmaster Pia Kramling from Sweden is convincingly leading in the women's section. Pia, how was this first day for you?
It was like magic. I don't know what has happened, because normally I'm not a blitz player. I prefer to play rapid or slow games. So I'm just very surprised, and I'm just very happy.
Your career is very long. You have won many tournaments, many titles. Do you have any significant Blitz result that you can remember?
No, I always done badly in Blitz, always, and this is why my rating is quite low. But I'm just very, very surprised.
Okay, hopefully this good streak will continue tomorrow, that you can make a good result in the Blitz championship. What are your overall impressions about Rapid Championships that was concluded yesterday and the Blitz that is now in progress?
Yes, no, I like very much this tournament with Rapid and Blitz, and I think for women it's very good because it's very short. It's a very good way to promote chess for women, so I think it's just very lovely. Okay, for me the Rapid was tough. I was not so happy with my results, but it's like this. It's up and down.
Okay, I know that you like to walk a lot, and now here in Riyadh is winter, so it's quite pleasant, 20 degrees outside. Did you find any nice route?
Yes, it's almost like summer in my country, in Sweden, so I'm very, pleased with the weather. And then, in the hotel where we're staying, we have a garden, so we can walk around. There is a pool. I'm not going swimming, but there's a pool, garden, so it's very lovely. So it's a good place to walk on.
Okay, can you point to some of your opponents here who can pose a threat for you tomorrow in the Blitz Championship?
Oh, lots of them. There are very many. They're very, very strong players. And it's like we just played half the tournament. So it's very important to keep on playing well and to be focused. And then let's see what will happen.
Okay, we will not run ahead of the schedule. We will speak again tomorrow, hopefully. Thank you.